gram per milliliter. This finding indicates that it has a higher potential for application as an active ingredient in sunscreen products. Okay, thank you. That's all. Back to moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Indarto. And next, Miss Willy again. Maybe you just explain the point of your research as like introduction, methodology, material, and also result and the conclusion. Time is yours again, Miss Willy.
Okay, the next title, my project, design and construction of an Arduino Uno based air quality monitoring tool using the MQ 136 sensor. Next. Introduction, air quality, kemudian air pollution di mana air pollution itu sulfur dioksida, nitrogen dioksida, karbon monoksida, ozon, find the practical hazardous chemical. 3. Use of Arduino Uno and MQ 135 sensor. 4. Focus on detecting air quality using the MQ 135 sensor. Research question number 1. How is the development of the air quality monitoring device designed based on Arduino Uno and MQ 135 sensor? 2. How visible is the design of the air quality monitoring device based on Arduino Uno and MQ 135 sensor? 3. How do laboratory assistants respond to design of the air quality monitoring device based on Arduino Uno and MQ 135 sensor? Research objective, developing the design of an air quality monitoring device based on Arduino Uno and MQ 135 sensor, determining the feasibility of the design of an air quality monitoring device based on Arduino Uno and MQ 135 sensor, determining the response of laboratory assistant to design of an air quality monitoring device based on Arduino Uno and MQ 135 sensor. Method, research object. The object of this research is development of the design of the on air quality monitoring device based on Arduino Uno and MQ 135 sensor at university. Research object, the subject is teaching assistant. Research approach and method. Research is quantitative and qualitative approach, and method is research and development R&D method with ADI. Tool and materials, ada Asus laptop Arduino Uno MQ 135 sensor, LCD, USB, jumper, kabel, and buzzer. Desainnya used double data cable is connected to Arduino Uno. Below the design of the Arduino Uno microcontroller to the I2C LCD code development. Ini gambarnya cara merangkai alatnya. Yang pertama itu desainnya antara Arduino Uno microcontroller dengan LCD-nya. Yang ketiga itu gambar antara Arduino Uno microcontroller dengan sensor MQ35-nya. Dan gambar keempat itu yang setelah menjadi satu. Tool testing, the tool is stated around the source the test conducted by connecting the USB data the Arduino Uno in microcontroller. The experiment use the MQ sensor input that the sensor will measure air quality after reset data. The result will be displayed on the LCD on the buzzer signal. Data collection and data analysis itu questionnaire, interview, observation, and documentation. Data analisisnya kuantitatif and kualitatif. Research and education. Number one, research and of media development. The research conducted by the research is a type of research and development. The developed product is an air pollution detection device. It is used as an air pollution detection tool that has been validated, tested, and refined. Two, media feasibility using the ADI development model, which consists of 5 stages: analysis, design, development, implementation, and evaluation. However, the research limit the research of the only the fourth stage, which is implementation to constant in both material and types. Analysis. Based of the analysis result, it can be concluded that match teaching assistant still experience different in detecting air pollution. B. Design of array microcollider to AC LCD and microcollider to MQ135 sensor and buzzer. Development Table 3, expert media validation result, aspek graphical visibility, ada 3 yaitu evaluation indikatornya, tool design, creativity, and presentation. Dari ketiga itu presentasinya menunjukkan sangat-sangat bagus gitu, sekitar 90%. Kemudian implementation, practical assistant response result, aspeknya itu practical assistant response dengan indikator interesting materi, easy of use, presentasinya sama sekitar 92%, 88%, dan 90%. Product testing, air quality test were conducted indoor without gas or smoke inside the mall. Picture 5 itu indoor air quality without gas or smoke. Picture 6 indoor air quality with gas. Table 5 air quality index. Berdasarkan indeks tabel 5 itu menunjukkan bahwa this table indicated that indoor air quality when contaminated by gas flow into the poor category, causing the buzzer to sound loudly. The worse the air quality, the louder the buzzer will work. Hence, if air quality is detected as poor in a place, it will affect the health of human, animal, and plants. Conclusion: based on the research on the air quality measured tool using the MQ135 sensor, it can be conclude that number one, the research and development product using the ADI model is a device that detect various air pollution in real time using the MQ sensor 35 integrated with Arduino Uno. Number two, the feasibility of the device for detecting various air pollution in real time using the MQ135 sensor integrated with an Arduino Uno is deemed very feasible according to expert. Number three, receiving positive feedback, the device is able to detect air quality. Thank you very much. Kembalikan ke moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Wery Anggraini. Next, maybe we give time to our keynote speaker, maybe some suggestion or some feedback to our presenter. The first one, maybe Miss Liz.
Thank you for your presentations, and thank you for presenting in English. It was very helpful for me. I'm a psychologist, so I won't comment on the content. I'll comment on the process. So, what is your name?
Welly.
Welly, thank you for a very detailed presentation. I felt a bit lost right from the beginning, probably because I'm not an informed audience, but you didn't really define the Maiden-Julian oscillation for me right at the start. I felt like I needed one slide to actually tell me what that is. And then I was wondering about what would be the other influences other than the MGO on extreme rainfall, and whether instead of talking about the effect of MGO, you're talking about the relationship between MGO and extreme rainfall. Because my thoughts were, I wonder if there's other influences. When there's many influences, we tend to talk more about the relationship between the two. Did you want her to answer that? Should she answer the other influences? Because
Jadi gini, ini sebetulnya ingin menanyakan bagaimana NGO, Maiden Julian Oscillation. Kebetulan kan di situ ada ENSO ya, ada El Nino,
La Lina.
yes, El Nino Southern Oscillation, kemudian Indian Ocean Dipole, kan banyak indikator-indikator bagaimana menyebabkan extreme rainfall. Itu sebetulnya bagaimana sih hubungan untuk NGO itu sehingga yang dikatakan rainfall itu apa extreme rainfall seperti apa gitu kan. Itu penjelasan di awal sebetulnya. Jadi influence dari NGO ke extreme rainfall itu belum banyak tergambarkan sebetulnya. Jadi kalau misalkan dilihat aja di gambar yang grafik. Oke, so intinya pertama apa sih NGO itu?
I guess the main reason I asked it is because we talk about a funnel where you give me the big picture first. What are all the influences? And then you narrow me right down to, now I'm just going to talk about NGO.
Nanti jelaskan dulu secara global extreme rainfall apa. Kemudian indikator-indikator kalau di BMKG have Climate and Meteorological Organization, some indicator for extreme rainfall there are ENSO, El Nino, La Nina. NGO itu seperti apa gitu.
Yeah, you don't have to give me, a whole heap of information, just one or two slides out here and then into there. But I really appreciate you presenting that in English. You did a really good job because I could see the relief on your face when it was over. That would be me if I had to present in Bahasa. I pass to you.
Okay.
Oh, did you want me to comment on?
Bisa dijelasin coba di.
How about we
Bahasa
do
Indonesia.
one for one?
Untuk MGO itu sendiri itu merupakan fluktuasi atau gelombang yang menghasilkan variasi dalam beberapa parameter atmosfer dan lautan yang mencakup kecepatan, arah angin gitu. Kemudian perawanan, terus sama temperatur, sama curah hujan. Nah, selain itu ada juga penguapan. Jadi MGO itu sebagai faktor penambah menjadi curah hujannya menjadi ekstrim gitu intinya.
Many variables include wind direction, and then how fast the wind, and then density,
Humidity.
yes.
Yes.
And this NGO is one of the indicator that makes extreme rainfall happen.
Mhm.
We can maybe compare about ENSO and Dialport. We call it El Nino to it's a variable or maybe some indicator that makes El Nino to dry season and the La Nina into the rain season. Maybe it's MGO.
Yeah. Thank you. See, you know what you're talking about. Do you want me to pass on or give some feedback to the other ones?
Yeah.
Or
Maybe
do
Next.
we?
Indato
Yeah.
to Mr. Indato.
Okay. Very clear presentation. I followed yours perfectly. As I said, I'm a psychologist, so I'm, you know, scholarly, but not in this field. I followed yours. You took me there nicely about sunscreen. I understood your method. Um, your slides were lovely. You walked me through the tables. Yeah, really good presentation. My only tip for you, I think you could manage not reading from them, just having dot points. But otherwise, great research. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe next, Mr. Abe.
Oh, yes. Okay, I will comment, Mrs. Welly. The second presentation, not one. The first presentation, yeah. The second presentation, you built a product. Yes, by microcontrollers 135s. Yeah, and you use the ADI model. Okay, and I think it's many microcontroller or air quality monitoring. Yeah, maybe we can find in market. Yeah, but what is the advantage your product? Yeah, compare with the air monitoring tools in market. Yeah, what's the advantage? Apa keunggulannya yang di produk yang dihasilkan ini dibandingkan dengan yang ada di pasaran? Kan banyak sekarang, sudah banyak gitu.
Yeah.
Many tools to.
Yang pertama sih Pak, untuk ininya, yang saya baca dari jurnalnya, itu belum ada sih yang menggunakan MQ135 sensor itu, tapi lebih banyak yang lain. Cuman sensor yang lain saya kurang paham gitu. Kebetulan ini penelitian mahasiswa itu. Jadi saya kurang menguasai pertama itu. Nah, untuk dari yang itu mungkin keunggulannya itu mungkin mudah Pak, mudah dirakit gitu sesuai, kemudian bisa dideteksi gitu, alat-alatnya juga mudah didapatkan gitu. Itu jadi membuat produk ini ya salah satunya tadi mempermudah alat-alatnya yang untuk komponen-komponennya itu bisa didapatkan tuh. Kemudian supaya dengan MQ135 sensor itu bisa mendapatkan data polusi udaranya dengan baik gitu. Walaupun ada kelemahannya gitu. Mungkin itu.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Indarto, good job with your presentation and your research. But please answer my question. How can we be sure that your extract is safe to use? Yeah. But have you get some participant or to use this extract, and what the result?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abe. Uh, after this research, we in Indonesia kita sudah melakukan uji in vivo terhadap mencit ya. Dan hasil ujinya memang tidak ada iritasi dan seterusnya. Jadi untuk praklinisnya aman,
Safe ya.
safe.
Oh, okay.
We have the formulation of sunscreen product, and we had kita juga sudah menguji uji aktivitas secara in vivo juga melalui produk krim sunscreen in cream product.
Okay.
So next time you can
Yes.
go to market.
Cuma
Sell
yeah.
it.
Yes.
Sell product.
Okay.
So for a long time, you only use the mice to try this product or human?
For the cosmetic, commonly we have just mice.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let us give thanks to the presenter and also the keynote speaker. Thank you very much. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Next.
Just put the previous slide, that's sunscreen one. Okay. Here you are using butterfly pea flowers and green betel leaves, right? These extracts you used with which base? Like you are making a sunscreen, no? So only extract you cannot use. You need to add that with certain bases. So what you used?
Okay. Butterfly pea flower, based on the study literature, give me information about antioxidant. Activity antioxidant is very high, so it is as foundation atau based on the base. Sorry. Okay. Susah ngomong ini. Oke, jadi selain aktivitas antioksidan dari bunga telang atau or butterfly pea flower,
Beside the activity of the butterfly pea flowers,
bunga telang juga memiliki kandungan flavonoid.
bunga telangnya
Butterfly pea,
butterfly pea flower.
yes,
Okay.
have flavonoid compound. Flavonoid compound have double bond, apa namanya, ikatan rangkap, double bond conjugated, yes, ikatan rangkap terkonjugasi yang dapat menyerap sinar UV.
It's a chemical. It's a chemical. I'm a statistician.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
For the chemical structure,
You can repeat with slow.
Yeah, I'll just try to make you understand once more. See, like butter pea flower is having antioxidant qualities.
Yes.
That I know, isn't it? With that, you are using a green betel leaves also. Betel leaves.
better.
That is also having antioxidant quality. So
Okay.
that
Also,
two extracts you are having with antioxidant quality. But when you're talking for sunscreen, so it must have certain base because cream cannot be just the extract.
yeah.
You need to add that with certain base. So that base I'm asking for as a cream, which base you used, and with that you are adding the extracts of these two things. That is my question.
Ini enggak cuma ini pasti kan pasti
Ya.
bahan dasarnya itu apa
Oh,
Bukan
oke,
cuma
cuman ekstra.
not just only with butterfly flowers, or maybe some.
Because cream should be like a cream.
Yeah.
That cannot be just
Yes,
oil or extract.
okay. For this article just extract, ya, hanya menguji ekstrak saja, and then the other data, I have data for formulation of cream based on extract.
Just a suggestion, this butter pea flour you can use as a painkiller also. That in India we are using it. Just to boil that in water and we can use that as a painkiller. Yeah, natural painkiller.
Is it also
So that also you can try. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Miss.
Is there anyone or one question maybe? No? Okay, please sit up. Okay, next session I will call the presenter is Mr. Sunarya Romli, Andi Suhandi, Muslim, Ida Karniawati. The topic is designing worksheet based inquiry learning cycle to fostering students' scientific literacy and critical thinking skills. Okay, please sit down. Okay, can you give PowerPoint? Second, and Yani Suryani Henry Noperi, are you reasoning room, Rantika, or Mukarramah Mustari? With the topic is enhancing physics learning outcomes with discovery learning model, stacking, ranking, analysis. Okay, please. Okay, the third is Happy Komikasari, Ardian Ashari, or Miss Rowling. The influence of brain-based learning models on students' critical thinking skill in physics, a gender perspective. So, Miss Yani, yeah, Miss Yani, you present two papers? No, one. Only one. The influence of brain-based learning models, Miss Happy. Okay. Ini Mister Sunaryo. Oke. Harus di ya. Can you give us a PowerPoint? Maybe alternative PowerPoint we can't open in this laptop. PDF-in dulu. Oh, oke. Oke, nggak apa-apa. Oke. Are you ready, Mr. Sunario? Isn't it?
Yes, I'm ready, sir.
Okay, time is yours.
Okay, I'm sorry for the trouble. Okay, first, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May I introduce myself? My name is Sunario Romli. I'm from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Okay, may I try? Oh yeah. I'm doctoral student in science education in Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia in Bandung. So I'm student Prof. AB in master degree, and until now I'm student from Prof. AB. Prof. AB is one of person inspired me to study and study and study. Okay, this is our research. Part of the my thesis doctoral. The title is designing worksheet based on inquiry learning cycle to fostering student scientific literacy and critical thinking skill. So we will focus to scientific literacy for student and critical thinking skill. How to fostering that? Okay. Okay. For introduction, in the background, we have 21st story skill. Yeah, 21st story skill. That's like critical thinking, creativity, communication, collaboration, digital literacy, adaptability, and problem solving. So the all is very important from the life in 21st century. Okay, but we have some problem. Problem one, in workspace or in workplace, uh, individual we can think critically, analyze information, and generate innovative solution to complex problems. So we we must problem solver. Problem two, technological advance. So the need for digital literacy and technology skill. So we must have a skill of technology and digital literacy. Okay, and problem two, student must develop critical thinking and scientific literacy to analyze information, make informed decision, and solve complex problem. So critical thinking and scientific literacy is very important to make decision. Okay, this is objective to research. First, main objective is the objective is to design worksheet based on the inquiry learning cycle. Objective two is the improve scientific literacy and to enhance student critical thinking. This is secondary objectives to provide innovative learning resources, the facilitate exploration, conceptualization, investigation, and generalization of physics problem. So we have main topic physics problem or phenomena. We need to explore conceptualization, definition, and minimization. So we have one stake in the worksheet. This is application to make decision. So application to make decision is part of a specially designed to enhance the critical thinking skill. Okay, this methodology use the focus group discussion, data review, and qualitative data analysis. Okay, proposed in FDD, together diverse the perspective and effective worksheet design. Participant is three category in student, the high, middle, and low achieving student. Topic discussion. Any four questions for discussion. The first is a learning resource for physics education or science education. Criteria for engaging physics worksheet. Teaching material for scientific literacy and critical thinking. And the last is the student expectation for easy understanding to physics concept or science concept. Research contact, participant is 21st student, grade 10 in senior high school, and two physics teacher, include me and my partner. Uh, this is finding. The worksheet is designed based on the inquiry learning cycle, which consists to several main components. The component is stimulation, conceptualization, investigation, generalization, and application to make decision. Okay, the first content component in sorry, in the stimulation we have curiosity stimulation. The main activity is curiosity stimulation. The next activity is connected to the real world on the phenomena. So two activity in the step stimulation is the first step, but the step is very important because if step not do clearly, the student will be not enhanced to critical thinking or scientific literacy. Next component is conceptualization. Conceptualization any two activities, concept formation and analysis and evaluation. Next step is investigation. Sorry, my for in the activity, any data collection and analysis, and problem solving. So problem solving is the main topic, main goal of the critical thinking skill used to problem solving. Okay, the next is generalization. So in the step and into activity, that's a relationship to between concept and driving conclusion. And the last is the application to make decision making. So real world application. This worksheet asks students to apply to concept they have learned in the real world situation throughout experiment or case study. This helps students develop in evidence-based decision making. And the last activity in the application to decision making is reflection and discussion. The reflection and discussion on the result of the application of the concept, students learn to evaluate and improve their understanding. This is a critical thinking skill that's essential to the development of scientific literacy. Scientific literacy, sorry. So overall, inquiry-based worksheet provide to comprehensive framework to student and actually learn, explore, analyze, and apply scientific concept. So this the topic, scientific concept. Okay, sorry. Scientific concept, relevant contact, daily enhancing their scientific literacy and critical thinking skill. For conclusion, the inquiry learning cycle based worksheet developed APIs is the effective in improving scientific literacy and critical thinking skill among students. The worksheet structure consisting in stimulation, conceptualization, investigation, generalization, and application to make decision profit the comprehensive approach to demonstrating this essential 21st century skills. Okay, for recognition, the main is the important innovative teaching material, like worksheet. That's worksheet. I think all. That's all. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, thank you very much. And next, Miss Yani, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to present our research on enhancing physics learning outcomes with discovery learning model, a stacking ranking analysis. Okay, presented by me, Yani Suryani, Henry Noveri, Ayu Reza Ningrum, Rantika, and Mukaroma Mustari. Okay, thank you. Okay, in first introduction, important of physics, fundamental science, vital for understanding natural phenomena and developing critical, logical, and analytical skill. Challenges, physics is often perceived as difficult due to abstract concept, lack of concrete experiences, and an engaging teaching method. Consequences, poor grasp of physics lead to struggle in lesson and assignment and low cognitive achievement. Solution, one of the solution, discovery learning, a student-centered approach, promote independent exploration, knowledge construction, and skill development. Research gap, previous studies focus on class level application, not individual intervention. Current study aim to analyze the effectiveness of discovery learning at the individual level using RAS model and stacking ranking analysis to identify factors affecting its success. Okay. Next, the research method, research design using a quasi-experimental with one group pretest post-test design, population, class X IVA student, Sud Lampung Regency, sample 36 students consist of 11 males and 25 females selected by cluster random sampling, and measure cognitive learning outcomes using SI question covering C3, applying C4, analyzing C5 is evaluating, and analyze the data analysis using RAS model with stacking ranking technique using mini step software version 4.8.2, and outcome measure logit value to analyze shift in cognitive achievement and item difficulty level. Okay, next, this result and discussion. Table of standard variance in agent value unit. In this picture or table, so the raw variance explain measure by 52.9%, which mean indicating that the unidimensionality requirement is well met, and the other value is raw unexplained variance, ideally not exceeding 15%. A value of 7.7% demonstrate that the instrument effectively measure student cognitive learning outcome in physics. And next, please. Nggak bisa. Okay, next. Bisa. Okay, back in. Yes, previous slide. Okay, thank you. The table 2, this is a result of reliability of person and item. It can be seen that the person reliability is 0.83, equivalent to a person separation 2.2, indicating good consistency in student response to the learning outcomes question. And then the alpha cromba value is 0.86, indicate a strong interaction between student and the learning outcome question. And okay, next, this is a picture of a right map of change in student physics learning outcome in pre-test and post-test. In the picture we can see P is which mean pre-test, Q mean is post-test. Overall improvement, all students saw positive improvement in physics learning outcome on momentum and impulse. But if we see in individual performance, student 11 P is in pre-test have initial low ability, improve to medium category in post-test. This student require more attention for analyzing and evaluating indicators. This student 11 just finished in indicators C3 for applying, and similarly student 14 the lowest improvement struggle with item 2 C5 and 4 C4 for analyzing. The student needs target support from teacher, and meanwhile student 18 have a significant improvement with LBP 2.16 with highest learning outcomes, master or indicator. Okay. Okay. Next is the data logit value of pretest on or post-test item. As we can see in the table, item category based on difficult level having to gauge overall student performance and identify areas needing improvement. In pre-test category of item categorized easy, very difficult, difficult. But in post-test, the item categories categorized easy and very easy. And there is a shift in level of difficulty of the question between pre-test and post-test, and can be seen in the picture chain is difficult level. Next. Okay, we can see in the picture, this is a right map of change the item difficulty item. P is pre-test, Q is post-test. After post-treatment, item difficulty consists of two categories, easy and very easy. Item 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7. Very easy items 1, 5, 8, 9, and 10. This is because impact of discovery learning student abilities increase, making difficult item easier. Effectiveness discovery learning model significantly improve cognitive learning outcomes in physics on momentum and impulse. Okay, the last part is conclusion. Based on the analysis and discussion, there are different in student cognitive learning outcome in physics between pre-test and post-test, the analyzed results show an average LPP of 1.44 categorized as high, with 81% of students showing high improvement and 10% showing moderate improvement. Meanwhile, the decrease in item difficulty level indicate a positive impact of the learning model with average LPI of minus 1.49 categorized as very easy. Thus applying the discovery learning model has successfully improved student cognitive learning outcomes in physics at an individual level. We believe that these findings have important implication for educational practices. Thank you for your time and attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to moderator.
Thank you very much, Miss Yani. And next, last but not least, Miss Happy Komika.
Okay,
Time is yours.
thank you for the time. Good morning. Oh, sorry.
Still morning.
Still like morning.
It seems like morning.
Always
every
morning.
time.
Okay,
Wow.
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests. It is an honor to be here today to present our research about the influence of brain-based learning models on students' critical thinking skills in physics, gender perspective. This research, the member is me, Happy Komikasari, and then Ardian Asihari, also Welly Anggraini and Asri Monica Sari from UIN Raden Intan Lampung. Okay, from our research, there is three variables that important. The first is critical thinking skill. So some of the skills that the students must possess in this century include critical thinking and problem solving, and then creativity and innovation, communication and collaboration. So our research want to know about this, and then also we want to see about the gender difference, because the gender difference can also affect students' critical thinking abilities, both in enhancing thinking skills and as a cause of low thinking skills among students. And then the last variable is about brain-based learning models. To achieve ideal learning outcomes, the educators or the teachers must have the ability to guide the learning process. Now, one of the model learning is brain-based learning. Okay, the methods we use quasi-experimental designs, and this research was conducted at MAN 1 Lampung Tengah, and the study took place during the odd semester of the 2023 to 2024 academic year, focusing on the topic of work and energy in physics. Okay, and then this is the results and discussion. Before I explain about the result, we use the brain-based learning because brain-based learning is one of model that have ability to have a 7 process that contain pre-exposure, and then preparation, initiation, acquisition, elaboration, incubation, and internalization. We think that this learning model will create a fun and creative and active learning environment involving the student. And when we give the brain-based learning model to the students in MAN 1 Lampung Tengah, in critical thinking skills, we get that the pretest result among the students in male with the total student is 13 is with average score is 36.0 73, and for the female is 37.05. And for the class control that we give the direct model, we get that the average score is 28, and for the female is 30.65. And for the post test, we can see that after we give the brain-based learning model, we get the better result for the post test. We get 79 for the male, and for the female we get 77. Also for the class control we get the better result. Oh. So the result of critical thinking skills per indicator, we have one, two, three, four, five indicator in critical thinking skills. That one is providing basic explanation, and then building basic skills, summarizing, giving further explanation, strategies and tactics. When we give brain-based learning, uh, in experimental class and control class, we can see that the highest percentage is in the giving further explanation indicator. In the fourth indicator, we can see that in experiment class, also in control class. Uh, From previous result and discussion, we know that giving further explanation have the highest result, but we can see when we based on gender perspective, we can see that the female, oh sorry, I still use laki-laki and perempuan. Uh, L is for male and P for female. We can see that in post test for the female in the right side, we can see that still have same giving further explanation for the highest indicator, and for the male in the left side also we can see the same giving further explanation. So we analyze why this indicator have the highest among of the other indicators. And analyze why these indicators have the highest percentage in our research. We have three or six factors. That one is deepening understanding, and then number two, clarification and reinforcement, and then number three, engagement and interest. For connection and application, 5 support for diverse learners, and 6 encouraging critical thinking. That also we can see that there is no big difference between one indicators and other indicators. That we can conclude also that this model uh, no compare between male and female, so the teacher can use this brain-based learning to give treatment to students in their school. Okay, so the conclusion based on our research is it can be concluded that the brain-based learning model has an effect on students' critical thinking skills with significant levels less than 0.05, and there is no effect on gender different on students' critical thinking skill. And the last, there is no interaction between the brain-based learning model and gender difference on student critical thinking skill. So the brain-based learning model is capable of enhancing student critical thinking skill. Additionally, this model can make students more active in learning and foster social interaction among students as group discussion are necessary to solve problems. Okay, that's the last of my presentation. In conclusion, I hope that our findings contribute to the ongoing discourse in our field and inspire further research. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give back to moderator.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Miss Happy Communication. Maybe we give time to our we call it maybe reviewer, maybe reviewer. How about Miss Alice? Yeah, maybe you have some suggestion. Wow, maybe Prof. Anis or Mr. Fisal? Oh, okay. Okay. We give time to Miss Alice, and maybe some suggestion or feedback to three great presenter. Thank you.
Thank you. I was much more comfortable being an educational psychologist with these three. And wow, great presentations, all of you. Thank you. And thank you again for presenting in English. Almost have the same question for each of you, really. But I'll start with scenario.
Yes.
Scenario? Is
Yes.
that your name?
You may call me Aryo, only Aryo.
Ario?
Aryo, okay.
Sure. Yeah, really, really good presentation, and I've followed that nicely through. Great presentation style, very engaging. I wanted to know what those worksheets looked like, actually. So you were talking about developing the worksheets, and I just sort of wanted to see what one looked like.
Maksudnya kayak mana?
Oh,
Yeah.
oh yeah.
It's okay.
Okay.
No, another time. But yeah, I feel like
I have.
you talked all about them and you convinced me that they were so good, but I wanted to see what one looked like. And I just wanted to know sort of where to next with that research. What were you planning as your next work after that study?
May I answer now?
Yeah.
Okay. This is one of many part of our research. So the main research is produce the learning model based on inquiry learning, but we modified to specialist in his critical thinking and student literacy. But use a framework PISA to 2025, and critical thinking framework use Tirune specialty to science and physics education. So the main goal is produce a new innovative learning model for students to enhance to scientific literacy and critical thinking skill, especially model.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Worksheet, the worksheet like look same worksheet in the word, but in the worksheet any 5 step like as stimulation until application to
Conceptualization,
decision.
investigation. Yeah.
In the variant of worksheet, we can modify the application to application to make decision or application to make creativity. So if we to enhance to creativity skill, we can modify to stack of application. I will make a prototype the worksheet, but the worksheet is still in development and not validation, not implementation, not yet. Actually, not yet implementation. So in this time, several months ago, we still instrument of the learning model include the worksheet. Still on development. I hope the end of the year is ready to implementation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Yanni?
Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I thought my statistics knowledge was pretty good, but I've never heard of stacking racking, so I learned a lot from you.
Yes.
Yeah. I liked your slides and your transitions were all really good. And I just wondered, are you going to publish that study? And if so, have you thought about where you would publish that? Oh, I wondered.
Slow.
Sorry. I wondered, are you going to publish
Yes.
your study? And if yes, where? What journal would you publish?
Iya. Oke. Untuk yang penelitian sebelumnya, ini beda analisisnya, tapi menggunakan discovery learning. Beda analisisnya, yang sebelumnya itu dianalisis secara keseluruhan. Nah, kalau untuk yang model analisis stacking ranking ini, dia bisa menganalisis sampai ke masing-masing peserta didik. Tadi kan
Yang sebelumnya apa?
secara keseluruhan. Ya, tapi kalau yang ini dia lebih detail. Jadi peserta didik itu seperti tadi digambarkan, ada di gambar prime map itu.
Yang sebelumnya publish di jurnal apa?
Oh, kalau yang sebelumnya di ini konferen ini juga.
Oh, last year.
Last year, yes. Yes, international
Yes,
conference.
also already published in last year, this YC.
Yes.
In 2023, but use a global analysis.
Yes,
Global analysis,
yes.
not using stacking ranking.
Stacking ranking analysis. Stacking ranking analysis, one of the rice model technique.
Oh, rice model.
Yeah,
Yes.
rice model.
I think what you have presented is very publishable. So I would encourage her to aim
Thank
for a
you.
good journal.
Thank you.
And lastly, for Happy, very interesting work as well. You have very good English too. It was a where to next for you as well. Where are you going to go with your brain-based? What would be your next study?
Okay. After this research from first researcher, Mr. Aryo, that designing working based in query learning cycle, I get inspired to make a worksheet based on brain-based learning.
Great.
And because he also make a worksheet based to see critical thinking skill. So I get the idea to make the worksheet based in query learning.
Yep. And would you have a comparison group who used a different worksheet to sort of compare your worksheet with a control group? That would go for Mario as well.
Okay. When my research in Man 1 Lampung Tengah, there's still don't use worksheet, but the control class is using direct more direct interaction.
Right. Okay. Great. Thank you. Thanks very much, the three of you.
Okay, they are my students.
Yes.
All of them. All of them.
That's why I couldn't think of any questions.
Don't think it's examination, yes? Okay, I just give suggestion to you. Suggestion only. For Aryo, we know that worksheet is one kind of hard scaffolding. In the theory of social constructivists, scaffolding is one manner how to give students many abilities. Yes, including Vygotsky theory. Yes, this one of hard scaffolding, and the function of hard scaffolding only give student only maybe about 30% to achieving the competence, and 70% is soft scaffolding. Soft scaffolding, where scaffolding gain student from teacher, from you.
Yes.
And what you can build the soft scaffolding to student in your research. Atau how do you make worksheet according to students and get the competence? Oke. Jadi bagaimana menggunakan worksheet ini ya supaya tadi critical thinking, scientific literacy itu tercapai.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Abe, my professor. Yes, actually, LKPD in Indonesia worksheet in variant online live worksheet just only a little part of the guidance to learning objectivities. But if teacher teaching without worksheet, teacher no guidance to goal of the learning. So I will complete in bahasa. So jadi kalau guru mengajar tanpa worksheet hanya bisa gitu. But kalau menggunakan worksheet itu akan lebih terarah gitu. Jadi kalau Prof. Abi bilang persentasenya tadi kecil, memang kecil, tetapi yang kecil itu butuh yang besar yaitu gurunya gitu. Karena memang the mind of the learning is the activity and teacher. So teacher is very important. Nah, jadi bagian terpentingnya kan nanti adalah bagaimana melakukan pembelajaran yang bertujuan untuk meningkatkan scientific literacy dan melatihkan keterampilan berpikir kritis. Nah, di desain yang akan direncanakan adalah sebuah pembelajaran menggunakan model yang berbasis inquiry, tetapi dimodifikasi secara khusus dengan bagian-bagian tertentu yang memang kegiatan-kegiatannya itu diarahkan atau punya potensi besar berdasarkan teorikal maupun berdasarkan hasil penelitian terdahulu untuk meningkatkan keterampilan yang dituju. Gitu. Jadi kegiatannya itu, jadi salah satu kegiatannya adalah dibimbing menggunakan LKPD. Dan di dalam kegiatan pembelajarannya itu yang paling berat, bukan paling berat, tapi paling menentukan adalah pada bagian application to make decision atau application to make create. Jadi creative thinking atau critical thinking kan endingnya nanti pada decision making, problem solving. So we make a student become a problem solver. Jadi I think
yes, I that suggest you that you you don't use worksheet in every stage your learning, teaching and learning. But the role of teacher is very very interesting in each stage of use of worksheet as a soft scaffolding.
Yes,
Okay.
I think so. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Albert.
Okay. Yani, good presentation, but in your discussion, you have to clear reason. What is your focus? Focus to discuss is instrument or student competence. Yeah, Task model is good tools to determine uh, instrument and student competence. But you have to clear in presentation what is the focus your study, instrument or student competence.
Learning outcome basic.
Yeah, learning
Yes,
outcome physics.
yes.
Okay, just RAS model is only tools, not your focus study.
I thought she would have said the instrument, actually. Would you?
Yeah.
Yeah. When she goes to publish it, the reviewer will say to her, focus the discussion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Happy.
Yes,
Yeah.
Prof.
Yes. My suggestion is, I think is will you happy. I was happy.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay. I suggest you to use RAS model. Why RAS model in analysis of your research? Because RAS model can detection uh, gender bias gender in your research using a differential in positioning. Apa itu? Yeah, in RAS model, there are tools that detection of gender bias. Yeah, using differential item functioning. Yeah. Yes, I suggest that.
For the next
Yeah, for the
research.
next.
Okay, thank you.
Not
Yes,
use
yes.
the SPSS, but
Okay.
use RAS model in if you research for gender bias in research. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof.
Yes.
For
Oh.
the suggestion.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Uh, your name, Ayu. I'm having, can consider that as a suggestion also. But my question is for computational component worksheet, you said you are developing simulation. So you are making your own simulation or existing simulation model you are using? That is my first query. After that, whenever students are working on certain.
You can speak
Oh, okay, fine. Okay. So my first question is, for worksheet, you are developing your own simulation model.
simulation stake.
Yeah, stack. So you are developing it by yourself or existing some simulation model you are using.
Sudah eksis, apakah develop sendiri?
The stimulation is rebranding
Yeah.
from the maybe and the other word is the propagation. Stimulation is the same. So that's like in as perception maybe in Indonesian. Like as perception. Or apa ya nama lainnya? So is a Simulation is not a new word or a new innovation for me. That's a rebranding from the other word. The name we use simulation to make a acronym to learning model. We will development become a matching name. So we use simulation. Okay, that's the content is the same as the preparation. In learning cycle 5E is engage states, like engage states. That's all.
Okay. For teaching physics, there is one existing simulation model that is PHET. Have you tried that? PHET.
FGD,
PHET.
for quiz.
Yeah. That is like on that you can do the simulation in terms of practicals for teaching physics, and with that you'll get the feedback fast on that. So that you can try for making for giving the assignments to the student. That is a very good simulation software. Have you tried that?
FGD FGD LKS-nya atau apa?
Oh, okay. The FGD, uh, like this.
No. PHET, P for parrot,
Pet
H,
simulation.
Pet simulation.
Pet simulation.
PHET.
PICT.
PHET.
PHET.
Yeah. That is a very good simulation.
Oh yes. Oh, pet simulation.
What pet? Physics.
Physics
Yeah.
education. From Colorado University, right? Pet simulation from Colorado University, right?
Not able to
Maybe you
understand.
can repeat your
Pet simulation kan?
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. I get the point. Maybe stimulation. This is stimulation, not simulation. Pet. Oh, itu
This
simulation.
is for high school students. This very good experimental simulations are there. Even for developing the worksheets.
Oh yeah. Okay. Simulation. Maybe we use simulation in one of but stake in the learning model we development. Maybe we use pet simulation. We use pet simulation in the stake of application to make decision if the case is uh, tidak memungkinkan untuk real practicum. If we cannot real practicum, we will make a fat simulation in the process. Okay. Thank you for your suggestion for our research. You're welcome.
Okay. Maybe from participant. Okay. Give applause to 3 presenter. Okay, thank you very much. And then next, I will call next presenter. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe some difficult name. SV Dewalkan. Okay. The topic is achieving environmental sustainability through non-mechanized wastewater treatment methods. Okay, please take a seat. And then, okay, activated carbon effectiveness in absorbing lead and copper content in cafeteria liquid waste. Miss Iklima Amelia, Iib Sugiharta, Ika Listiani, Nuraini, maybe. Okay.
And then next, oke, itu ya, ini, Fraulein. The ability to understand concepts and mathematical reasoning is measured from the WEE learning model with the SAL approach. Miss Fraulein, please take a seat. Okay. Okay, the first one is Miss Dewalkar.
Yeah.
Okay, time is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Snehal Dewalkar from India, from Pune University, India, and I'm very much honored and glad to present my research work entitled Achieving Environmental Sustainability Through Non-Mechanized Way of Wastewater Treatment Methods. Starting with the introduction. So, sustainability, my topic is based on sustainability. So, we know that the sustainabilities are the environmental, social, and economical sustainability, and the proper blend of all this sustainability in the society is very much important. And as far as wastewater is concerned, that environmental sustainability is concerned, in developing countries, basically rapid population growth and urbanization, this causes the tremendous amount of volume of wastewater generation, and this causes the extra burden or the pressure on existing wastewater treatment methods, right? And in India, basically 62,000 million liters of wastewater is being generated, and water and energy security are so much important and increasingly important nowadays, and it is become a vital issue. Now, current growing and developing population and waste management system has very adverse impact on environment, basically. And basically in developing countries, despite the fact that this wastewater treatment method is compulsory for any residential building or a residential society or the commercial society, wastewater treatment system is compulsory. But despite this fact, most of the treatments, that is 40% of the treatment methods, are non-functional. Therefore, we want one such a system which is economical, sustainable, environmental friendly. What actually the problem statement, or what actually the problem in the society is, we build the wastewater treatment system based on the previous data, based on the previous construction or previous economics, right? And the major three problem in society is, number one is power supply. In our India, basically in our India, power supply is always a major hindrance, and if power cut is there, this will causes the interruption in the treatment method. Number two is economical aspect. There is an extra burden to the user, to the society member, to pay that operation and maintenance cost. And number three is improper allocation of the treatment system. If it is improperly allocated, then this will causes the vibration issue, noise issue to the people who are living over there. And that's why this is what the concept suggested from my research called environmental floor. So this is the new, environmental floor is the name suggested by us, and this concept is nothing but the floor name given to the refuse floor. I think everyone must have heard about the refuse floor. Refuse floor is the floor where in the emergency condition people may can accumulate, right? So to the refuse floor, we have named it as an environmental floor. So on environmental floor, basically the stabilization tank, which is the gray water treatment tank, can be established. Here gray water treatment can be used for the flushing purpose. So treatment and usage of the gray water. Then black water can be collected in the underground Malaprabha digester, right? And here with the help of human night soil, biogas can be generated, and that biogas can be utilized to the kitchen outlet. So the complete process is gravity governed, right? Collection is by gravity, treatment and flow of the treated water by gravity, collection again by gravity to the underground, and then the gas can be provided to the kitchen outlet. So this is complete the integrated way of treating the gray water as well as black water. So here you can see, and this water can be used for the flushing purpose and likewise. So this is basically the treatment system. This is stabilization tank which having the 10 compartment. Water can flow from this particular compartment in the zigzag way, and treatment can occurs itself in the stabilization tank, but the gray water treatment. And this one is used for the black water treatment. That black water is collected from the toilet. Gray water can be collected from the by washing the utensil, clothes. So gray water. So environmental and economical sustainability can be achieved through life cycle assessment and the life cycle cost assessment. So life cycle assessment is basically the 4-step method. One is having goal scope definition, life cycle inventory, life cycle impact assessment, and the interpretation. So these are the two systems. Here, these are the two systems which are compared. One is mechanized, another is non-mechanized. So decentralized on-site integrated wastewater method, which is environmental flow, the research suggested by us, is non-mechanized, means without using any machinery. And another is mechanized, means using any machinery or the electricity. These are the results based on life cycle assessment, which is environmental impact assessment method. So these are the basically 14 parameters. With the help of that, we can assess whether our system is environmentally sustainable or not. So if you can see here, dosymam as a non-mechanized system and ASP as a mechanized. So non-mechanized system means without using electricity, the system gives much more good effect, or environmental impact is reduced down than the system which uses the electricity. This one also gives you the normalization performed using the factors offered by the global normalization. So here non-mechanized, or here the contribution to our impact categories in case of the ASP means the system which uses the electricity gives 70% environmental impact is just because of the electricity usage. Environmental impact or environmental, we can say the natural degradation is because of the electricity usage. Another chemical which is required for the treatment purpose, 15.99%. And the construction material is just a 10%. So here you can see that the electricity is having much more harmful impact on the environment. On the other hand, if we see non-mechanized treatment, only the here we can see the dosymam system has dominating impact categories like eutrophication, terrestrial acidification, and the aquatic acidification. So the construction phase causes 70% impact, and operation and maintenance phase causes only 22%. This is again because no electricity utilization. So no electricity means good for environment. Higher electricity consumption means it is impactful, or it is harmful to the environment. So basically in this particular study, I have just compared two systems. One is ASP, another dosymam. So here you can see number one, that the space can be utilized from refuse floor. The space can be utilized where the treatment tanks can be established or can be occupied. And number two, this is completely integrated. So we can achieve the economical sustainability as well as environmental sustainability. Economical, how? Because here we are reducing the electricity usage. So obviously the bills in terms of a money, okay, monetary impact is less here, right? And since I have already discussed the results based upon life cycle assessment, so the environmental impact generated were observed to be 3 to 6 times higher, okay, than the dosymam system. So environmental impact is higher in case of the ASP system. Another Malaprabha digester, which is human night soil based digester where biogas is generated. This can be integrated as a Clean India mission. We have Clean India mission in our India. So in Clean India mission, this particular system is properly fitted as an economical and environmental sustainable system. So the novelty is environmental flow is suggested over here, and underground Malaprabha digester can be it can replace the septic tank. Septic tank, I think everyone knows. Septic tank is provided in underground condition, so that septic tank can be replaced with the help of this digester. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, patient listener.
Thank you very much, May Sid.
Okay.
Miss great presentation, and I think it's wow, it's so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Miss Senolka, and then Miss Iklima. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for having me here. I'm really delighted to present to you about my project with title of Activated Carbon Effectiveness in Absorbing Lead and Copper Content in Cafeteria Liquid Waste. Okay, this research is conducted with my team. These are their names and the research background. Liquid waste originating from various human activities such as industrials and households may contain a lot of dangerous and hazardous chemicals such as heavy metals, lead, and copper. And if not treated properly, these chemicals can cause a lot of danger for human health. And one way to solve this problem is to use activated carbon. Why we use activated carbon? It is because activated carbon is already proven to have a large pores and large surface area that can absorb a wide range of contaminants, including heavy metals. Actually, the usage of activated carbon has already widely researched. But however, the effectiveness of activated carbon for absorbing So with this project, we hope to evaluate the effectiveness of activated carbon usage in absorbing lead and copper content in liquid waste. And also, we hope to contribute to the development of environmentally friendly and efficient liquid waste processing technology, and then to provide practical solution for managing liquid waste in public facilities. This is the research method. The research was conducted quantitatively. This is the location and time and the tools and materials that used in the research. And then we're going to talk about the research framework. This is basically what we're doing in the project. So first of all, we did the sample collection from the cafeteria in our campus, Universitas Islam Negeri Raden Intan Lampung. And then once the sample is collected, it is then stored in an airtight container. And then we're going to do the producing lead and copper standard solution. And then we did the measurement for heavy metal content of the pre-treated liquid waste using this reactor design. And then we did the treatment for the liquid waste using activated carbon using the reactor design. And then after that, once the treated liquid waste is collected, and then it is remeasured, okay, for the heavy metal content, such Vb and copper. Okay, this is the result of an discussion. This curve here is the calibration curve for standard PB solution for pre-treated liquid waste and the treated liquid waste. As we can see, the R square of this curve is close to 1, indicating the close relationship between x-axis, that is concentration of PV solution, and y-axis, that is absorbance. And then this is the final result of the PV absorption using activated carbon on cafeteria liquid waste. The sample is measured twice, and then these are the results. First of all, we did measure the pH. As we can see here, the treated liquid waste has a higher pH, a rather normal pH, compared to the pre-treated liquid waste that is kind of acidic. And then for the temperature, we can see that the treated liquid waste has a higher temperature uh, compared to the treated liquid waste. And the PB content for the pre-treated liquid waste is 0.068 ppm, and for the treated liquid waste 0.04 ppm. And then we compare that to the quality standard based on the regulation of Minister of Forestry of Indonesia number 68 year 2016. And we can see here the pre-treated liquid waste, all of the parameter exceeding the standard. And the treated liquid waste already met the standard. And then this is the calibration curve for the copper content. It is the same. It obtained R square of 0.999. So it is a quite good calibration curve. And then this curve is then utilized to measure the copper content of the liquid waste. And these are the result of the copper absorption using activated carbon on cafeteria liquid waste. The pH still the same, and the temperature also there is a decrease in the temperature from 26 centigrade to 25 centigrade. And for the copper content, we can see here the number is 0.042, and the quality standard is 0.05. So it is already met the standard for the pre-treated liquid waste. But the most important one is the effectiveness of the activated carbon. So we can see here that there is a decrease in the in the copper content by 50%. So from 0.042 to 0.02, and it already meets standard. Okay, conclusion. The usage of activated carbon effectively reduces the heavy metal content in cafeteria liquid waste, reducing the level of lead by 33% from 0.06 ppm to 0.04 ppm, as well as reducing levels of copper by 50% from 0.04 to 0.02 ppm. It also increasing the pH number from 4.1 to 6, and decreasing temperature on treated liquid waste from the initial temperature of 26.2 centigrade to 25 centigrade. Okay, we do realize that this research is far from perfect, so any constructive suggestion or criticism is welcomed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Iklima. Next, last but not least, Ms. Frolin, time is yours.
Ini belum, ini next, ini lampu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Fraldin Tansuri from UIN Raden Tan Lampung. I will explain our research about the effect of the we learning model with the SOL approach on the student concept understanding and mathematical reasoning abilities. Identification of problem. First, importance of understanding concept and mathematical reasoning in student. And then low performance in mathematics among Indonesian students based on PISA and team studies. And the third, need for innovation learning models to improve these abilities. This is the relevant research. And the next, we learning and solve approach. WEE learning, sorry. WEE models, according to Thomas Anderson, the WEE model is a learning model designed to develop student thinking through initial activities of reading books or texts, which consists of three stages, namely wondering, exploring, and explaining. And then Saul approach, according to Wijaya, according to Wijaya, the Saul approach is an approach to learning that emphasizes the effectiveness on student both physically, mentally, intellectually, and emotionally. So the students are truly involved in learning activities in order to obtain learning outcomes in the form of a combination cognitive, affective, and psychomotor abilities. Uh, Ability to understand mathematical concept. This is the definition. An indicator of mathematical concept understanding ability is classifying object according to certain properties and restating a concept, developing necessary of sufficient condition for a concept, using, utilizing, and selecting certain procedure of operation. And the five indicator is applying problem solving concept or algorithm. Okay, next, this is the framework of the thinking. X is learning model, and Y is understanding of mathematical concept and mathematical reasoning. Research method, time and place of this research is even semester of academic years in SMP Negeri 1 Semaka, and the population sampling technique and research sample population all grade um, uh, 7th grade of SMP Negeri 1 Semaka, and the technique sampling is probability sampling technique, cluster random sampling. The sample is 3 class, 2 experimental classes, and 1 control class. Research approach and type. Approach quantitative approach type dengan quasi experimental design, and with research variable is independent variable learning model, and dependent variable is concept understanding ability for Y1, and mathematical rationing ability for uh, dependent variable 2. Data collection technique and research instrument. Data collection technique, we use the task, documentation, and observation, and our instrument is the task for conceptual understanding ability test and mathematical reasoning ability test. This is a research method, a research instrument trial with a validity test, differential power, difficulty level, and reliability. And prerequisite analysis test is normality and homogeneity test. And for the analysis, we use a MANOVA test. This is the data of observation for understanding of mathematical concept and mathematical reasoning for experimental class 1, 2, and 3. This is homogeneity and normality data. And then this is a hypothesis test for MANOVA test hypothesis 1 and MANOVA test hypothesis 2 and 3. In discussion, a WEE with SOL approach effectively improves student engagement and learning outcome. An effective learning approach enhance both concept understanding and mathematical reasoning. Support the previous research on the effectiveness of active and innovative learning models. So the conclusion is there is an influence of WEE learning model with the SAL approach, the WEE learning model with the scientific approach, and the direct instruction learning model with a scientific approach on the student conceptual understanding and mathematical reasoning abilities. Student conceptual understanding and mathematical reasoning abilities are better by implementing WEE with the cell approach compared to WEE with the direct instruction with the scientific approach. And the second conclusion is there is an influence of the WEE learning model with the cell approach, which the WEE learning model with the scientific approach and the direct instruction learning model with the scientific approach on the student mathematical concept, understanding abilities. Student mathematical concept understanding abilities are better by implementing WEE with the cell approach compared to WEE and direct instruction with the scientific approach. The third, there is an influence of WEE learning model with the cell approach, and which is the WEE learning model with the scientific approach and the direct instruction learning model with the scientific approach on the student mathematical concept understanding abilities. Student mathematical reasoning abilities are better by implementing WEE with the cell approach compared to WEE and the direct instruction with the scientific approach. Okay, this is the suggestion maybe, and thank you.
Okay.
Time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Paul. Next, maybe some suggestion or feedback from Ms. Alice and Mr. Abe.
I had, thank you again, all of you, great presentations. I had a question for Sneha, is that pronunciation? And this is, I think your presentation was great. I just think I missed something. In your model, how does the water get back up to the top?
Yeah.
Sorry if that's
Can
a
you,
dumb
no,
question.
no problem. I understood the question. Can you open the presentation, that slide, having environmental flow?
Yeah, the diagram.
Yeah, I'll just explain. And the yeah,
This one.
okay.
Yeah.
First of all,
The
thank you so
green
much for
line.
the question.
Yeah.
See, the water is accumulated from the upper floor. Let us consider this as a building which is having 30 floor, right?
Yep.
So 13th, 18th, 23rd, and the 20th is refuse floor, which is utilized for the emergency condition, right? And itself on a refuse floor, the treatment system is established, that is allocated, right? So water is accumulated from the upper floor. I will just explain here. See, here the treatment system is there.
Mhm.
Water will be collected from upper floor
Mhm.
itself on a treatment system through gravity.
Mhm.
Okay, water will collected from this particular floor, fourth floor, here on the refuse floor or environmental floor through gravity, just like this.
I get
Then
this one.
treated water treatment is carried out in the tank. Okay, treated water is then passed to the storage tank here, and treated water is then distributed to the below floors which are present, which are available, or which are there below the environmental floor. Collection, treatment, distribution. So this is gravity based. Collection is through gravity, treatment is carried out over here, distribution is through gravity. We are utilizing grey water as a treated water for the flushing, for the gardening, or for the floor washing, car washing. So treated water can be utilized for non-consumptive uses, right? So collection, treatment, and distribution. Non-consumptive use means which is not, I mean, apart from drinking, we can utilize that water for the rest of the uses, right? And here, See, the black water from the toilet, right, with human night soil is collected in underground Malaprabha digester. This is digester. Let us consider this as a digester. So the black water is collected in digester. Here biogas is generated, and then biogas can be provided to the kitchen outlet.
So it's a gas going
It's a
up.
gas. It's a gas.
And
It's not a
hot air
water.
rises, so it
It's a
just
gas.
goes up.
Yes, it's not a water.
I was confused because I
Yeah.
was thinking water was going back up to there,
It's
but
gas.
I didn't know how the water went up.
If you want to provide the water, then we need the pump, na.
That's
and if
right.
we require pump, we need
Yeah.
the electricity.
That's what I was
and
thinking.
my concept is electricity free treatment means environmentally sustainable. Yeah. So in
Understand.
this way, it is integrated. Although this is the conceptual, method or concept right now in India, and I'm presenting this particular concept to the government. I got the funding also for this, and once the government has accepted all this particular concept, that can be implemented in our India.
So to get the water up there in the first place takes electricity, but then from there on, it's none.
See, at the sorry, now 13th, at the 13th, 18th, 20th, and 28th. So on 28th, 30 and 29th floors, wastewater is collected. On 28th, treatment is carried out on 28th, and treated water is provided till 24. Similarly, wastewater is collected from upper floor, treatment is carried out over here, and then treated water is distributed.
Okay. So this little model happens
Yes.
at 13 to 18,
Yes, correct.
18 to 23,
Yes,
23
yes.
to 28.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No problem at all. I'm very much glad that I'm explaining this too.
Yeah.
Because see, our research, we had a
Yeah.
better
Actually, you've
appreciation.
got the bracket there, 13 to 18. It's just I didn't realize that was repeating itself.
Okay.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Thank you so
No,
much.
it's really innovative.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ik Lima, is that how you pronounce it?
Yes.
Yeah. Really fluent presentation and great slides. I really liked it.
Thank you.
In particular, you called it a framework, but I thought of it more as like a study flow chart. That was really clear the way you walked us through that. I had a question. The temperature reduced, what's the significance of the temperature reducing? Like, is that a good thing? Does it matter what the temperature is?
Yes, it is a good thing that our waste is normal temperature, 25 degrees centigrade, 25 centigrade. Because on a higher centigrade, on a higher degree, the temperature can melarutkan solut ya, can solve the metals. So the metals would be soluble in a higher temperature.
Right.
So if we have a metal in water body and the temperature is high, the metal can be soluble, and
it.
that is dangerous.
But at 25, it can separate, can it? Separate
Yeah.
solid metal.
It is safer at 25 centigrade.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thanks. I didn't know that. And Desti Pusita? Is that
Fraulein Intan.
Fraulein.
Sorry. I was trying to write the names down. Sorry. Again, really, really interesting topic. My thoughts were around, you used 3 Year 7 classes, and 2 of the classes, can you just correct me if I'm wrong? 2 of the classes you said were experimental group. They were WEE plus SAL, and the control group was WEE plus direct instruction with scientific approach. Is that right?
Right.
Yep. So why did you separate them by class like that? And do you see any limitation with that, as opposed to all the kids from the 3 classes and just randomly assigning them to the different groups, to the 2 different experimental and control groups?
Okay.
Did that make sense?
Yeah. Maybe I will to try answer your question and mix a language in Bahasa and in English. So why maybe I use WEE with salt in my experimental class in first class, and WEE learning models with a scientific approach in second class experiment, and the control is direct instruction
Okay, right.
with a scientific approach.
So you had
Three.
two experimental
Yes.
classes and one control.
Yes.
Okay, I misunderstood that, but the question's still the same. Why did you assign them to those three groups based on their class? And do you see any limitation with that, as opposed to saying three classes is, I don't know, would that be 90 children, randomly assign them to the different methods of instruction?
Apakah ada ini apa namanya alasan sih sebetulnya, alasan apakah cukup di tiga kelas terus, kemudian ada batasan nggak sih untuk per kelasnya misalkan 90 orang kemudian random misalkan di atau memang harus per cluster tadi?
No,
You know where I'm going.
in our research we use limitation for the what's it untuk sampling, for sampling. So we use the three class for the compare about the variables. So kenapa kita cuma pakai 3 kelas gitu? Because in this SMP 1 Semaka, we have
Maybe how much classes in the school?
wait,
Maybe just three
classes in this
just three classes.
this SMP
Semaka.
yeah, SMP 1 Semaka. So this is the limitation of this research.
Just three classes.
Yeah.
Then in that school.
In that school.
I'll phrase it another way. Imagine the group that was the control class, so the class that is your control, who just gets direct instruction. Imagine they have an amazing teacher who uses all these fabulous social emotional learning techniques and everything, and they're your control class. You can't change the teaching style of that teacher in your control class, and it's messed up your experiment because you're trying to see whether what method works. Do you see what I'm saying? I asked you a tough question because I totally understand why you did it that way because of convenience, but you just need to be careful to use the scientific method to randomly assign. I do a lot of research in schools, and we have to try and convince the teachers, is it possible just for this, research we're doing, that we can allocate them to 3 separate classes so they won't be with their normal peers. We just say, right, you're going to this group, call it the red group, you're going to the blue group, and you're going to the green group, and you're having a mixture of kids in each class. Do you see what I mean? Do you do?
Yeah. Jadi intinya gini, kalau misalkan yang agak berat itu kalau misalkan ini kan nggak mix ya, just different classes.
Yeah.
Well, first experimental class with WEE, WEE learning model with SAL. The second is WEE with
scientific.
The third is
direct instruction.
Direct instruction and scientific. Nah, sekarang kalau misalkan gurunya pas dikontrol itu gurunya bagus gitu, bagus apa namanya learningnya, terus pengajarannya, itu kan bisa membuat apa ya, bias atau apa istilahnya.
Look, absolutely great study, but you're a reviewer of your work. I just wanted to warn you that a reviewer will ask you to justify that, so you should probably raise it as a limitation, and a direction for future research would be to use random assignment to your three conditions?
Yeah, maybe for the further research, we will use the random sampling for the treatment.
Exactly. Yeah. But great work. Keep it up.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Miss Nihal,
Yes.
thank you for great presentation.
Thank you so much.
And I have one question.
Yes.
Uh, before you're doing research, have you maybe several study about chemical treatment,
Yeah.
no mechanical treatment that you have done?
Okay.
Maybe in how they save money
Okay.
and yeah, sustainability aspect, yeah, in
Okay.
living.
Yeah. So parallel study is going on related to the separate liquid wastewater treatment. I mean, liquid experimental investigation of this liquid wastewater, right? So basically, whatever the level of BOD, COD acceptable limits from the government, it is being achieved through the stabilization time. So experimental study we have already done, and this is the conceptualization through the mechanical arrangement of
Yes.
this particular treatment method. So experimental study we have already done.
Okay.
I hope
Sorry.
He's multitasking.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so
Yes.
much.
Sorry. Miss Ikrima.
Poor things.
This is a seminar on my students, proposal seminar.
Women were
Yes.
only good at multitasking, but you're wonderful.
Okay. Just one question. In Lampung region, is very difficult to get carbon active or activated carbon.
It is widely available. It is commercially available. Activated carbon that we use. Actually, if we don't want to use the commercially available activated carbon, we can make it from various sources. For example, durian peel, for example, and then coconut husk. We can also make activated carbon from various wide range of sources.
Okay. Oh, very good. Yeah. Good.
Good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the last.
Fraulein? Is it? Yeah. Fraulein, the last name.
Fraulein?
Yeah.
Desti?
Fraulein in
Fraulein. Oh, Fraulein. Okay, thank you. In quasi-experimental research, it's necessary to get about size effect size.
Oh, we're being mean to her, aren't we?
Yes. Two group in your research experiment and three.
Two experiments.
Three.
One.
Oh, you use. Yes, and if we more know about the effect of the treatment, you have to use maybe ANCOPA analysis. You get ANCOPA analysis covariance, and in this analysis you can get the eta square. Eta square for
Effects.
size effect. Have you done it?
Maybe for the next.
Okay, thank you.
We will use ANCOVA for the next research, and we will use the another approach for the next research, maybe by
And
Mr. Ali.
randomization.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
So sorry.
Don't get us wrong. I think sometimes the more specific our questions are, actually means it overall it's really good. It's just we're just trying to get at that little bit extra. And if we didn't ask those questions, when you go to publish that That's what your reviewers would come back and ask you to report. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well done.
I would like to ask one question.
Okay.
What is your good name?
So sorry,
Amelia.
I have to
Okay.
explain my student.
So Amelia, your work is in liquid waste, right? So I want to know that you have utilized copper and lead for, yes, correct, on the liquid lead. Now what about the other metal content like mercury? So are you utilizing the same what carbon activity method? Yes,
Well,
for removing it, or else there is another method for removing the other metal content from the liquid waste like mercury, if you can consider.
so the activated carbon, as far as I know, has a wide range of applications. So it can absorb a wide range of contaminant, including heavy metals. So I think any heavy metals can be absorbed using activated carbon. Yes, activated carbon um, is a very efficient method to treat the waterways, but also there are another approach. This is activated carbon is physical approach, and there is biochemical approach, and then chemical approach.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe from the participant. Okay, I think it's enough. We can. What? One question from Miss Problem. Okay.
Miss
Sneha.
Sneha. Okay, I interesting about your research about the biogas from the digest. Can you explain about what the method for the spiriting composition gas in the septic tank for apa for your research, Miss Sana?
In biogas, basically, the flammable content is methane, right? So we are utilizing that methane gas instead of moving out to the environment. We are utilizing it for the in terms of a biogas. So methane is the maximum content. Carbon dioxide, methane CH4, carbon dioxide, and H2S. So these are the some of the content from the biogas where the methane is 70%. And yes, and we are utilizing that gas for the as a biogas because it is
How about another gas?
carbon dioxide. Yes, CO2 is there, H2 is there.
Can you separate this?
No, it's a my biogas is a combination of 3 4 gas. Biogas is not a single gas, it is a combination of gases, and out of that methane is having highest content. Percentage content of methane is high in biogas.
About the pressure. About the
Pressure. Yes. See, we have given the vent pipe in this. If more biogas is generated or accumulated in digester, more than the capacity, through vent pipe, biogas can emit out. Okay. Vent pipe provision is given, as well as valves are given, different valves to control the pressure as well as accumulation.
Ya, jadi ukurannya kalau misalkan di ini kan dia kecil di ininya kan tergantung ini kan tekanannya.
Karena kan kalau komposisi gas itu kan banyak ya Pak.
Sepertinya all of the gas can utilize to a biogas. All of the gas it be used to as a biogas.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it can be utilized.
Okay, thank you very much,
Thank you so much.
presenter. May we give applause for 3 presenters? Please take a seat. Okay, next we will see the invited speaker of our international conference from India, Miss Aparna Dixit. She is professor from Department of Basic Science and Humanities, Ranveer Singh Institute of Technology, Kanpur, India, and she will present her topics: band structure and thermoelectric properties of topological insulator Liao-C. Liao-C?
This is a material LIAUSE.
LIUC by first principle study. Okay, time is yours. It's an honorable.
If everybody can listen me carefully, so I think, is there any need to keep the mic? Is it sufficient? I'm not audible. Okay. Sorry. First of all, I'm not like used to say salam walaikum. So salam walaikum to everyone whosoever present here, and Bharat se namaskar sabhi ko from my country by heart. And this is my second opportunity when I came here in India. And thank you so much, Dr. Anthony and Dr. Vishal Panse. He is my best friend. So he gave us this opportunity along with this great and strong collaboration. So sometimes actually my fields are a little bit different. I completed my PhD in 2007 in high energy physics. So basically everyone has heard about Large Hadron Collider. It's like a bigger machine. There the scientist has explored the reason of Big Bang, how Big Bang was created. Okay, because this time it was very important to know about the Big Bang origination of Big Bang. And then after some time of when my guide was expired, she was expired in 2009, and then I started my research in material science little bit. So it's a theoretical work. When I was doing high energy physics, actually I was working in Higgs boson. So I was keen to develop a different mathematical model there. So even my thesis is based on the mathematical model. Okay, just for exploration of new type of particle like electron, proton, neutron. There are some building blocks. Okay, so this time in material science again I started working on theoretical work. Because in private universities it's very difficult to establish any experiment there well. Okay, just because of lack of components and some unavailability of time for the people. So basically I choose better to work on the theoretical work. Okay, so today actually I little bit discuss on the band structure thermoelectric properties of a topological insulator, that is LIAUSE by first principle study. So band structure mostly studied in case of semiconductor, as we have already heard about three type of materials like conductors, semiconductors, insulators, just their overlapping of or non-overlapping their gap. Actually, we name them the gap between the valence and conduction. We name them as a semiconductor or conductor, or sometimes the insulator when the gap is too far. Okay, so here I would like to discuss band structure and thermoelectric properties of topological insulator. Let us understand one by one the term topological insulator. One is the band structure and thermoelectric. Actually, these are properties can be studied for any type of material. So this material is actually Hofstadter compound. The basic structure of Hofstadter is just like a XYZ. Simply, you can call it some alphabetical order A, B, C. So you need to put them together and the structure will be formed like NaCl. So Na and Cl both are coming together and the common salt become. Okay. So in the same way, here we can see XYZ, basically there is a combination, a strong combination of XYZ. XY are the simpler, we can say the transit material, and the Z is nothing but a P block element. It's a third from Mendeleev periodic table. It's a third or fourth or fifth group. Okay, So topological material, if we talk about topological material, actually keeps importance in case of spintronics. As we know about the spintronics, actually this is the field where we can develop some devices, electronic devices, which are very important for that. They took very less power consumption. So as it is important when you go for the device manufacturing. Okay, so in the same way, we just work on topological material, most topological insulator. As the name topological insulator, that means we are keeping some topological invariant and put the some material into it and applying some potentials because of these xyz atoms. So basically we are using topological invariant there, and somehow they are becoming a topological insulator. As in topological insulator, we can see some paradox becomes like a Big Bang theory. Okay, and the cosmological in a cosmology. So in the same way, we can say these are nothing but insulator. Inside surface, you can see the insulator, as well as when you go for the external surface of the these type of insulator, we can see some it works like a best electrical conductor. That means at a time we can see the two features. One is the electrical insulator and other is the electrical conductor. So when you go for the surface, actually it is a electrical conductor, but inside or interior of the material is purely act as or acting as a electrical insulator. All right, so this is the beauty of topological insulator. That's why we can use them in spintronics, like electronic devices where the spin, intrinsic spin of electrons are keeping important role there. Okay, so their intrinsic spin as well as a single electron, if you put it there in a Hustler compound or some other type of compound like a perovskite or double perovskite material or a full Hustler compound. So basically this single electron, its spin and so as its magnetic movement, its electrical movement, actually all are important away. Okay, so this will enhance the property of that particular material and the spin properties whenever changes. So this will enhance the properties of a material itself, and the low power consumption can be seen. Okay, so now if we talk about the introduction, recent years we have seen that thermoelectric materials have become a viable, can we go for the last one, have become a viable option for the creation of eco-friendly technology. Thermoelectric materials keeps important just because actually we can say thermal potential or just electric we can say temperature gradient directly transfer to the electrical signals. Okay, that means we are utilizing some amount of excess amount of energy, that is the waste energy. So waste, that is waste heat, into the form of electrical energy. Suppose we have a material, it has two ends, one is the cold end and one is the extreme hot end. So now there is a sufficient difference between a temperature from cold end to the hot end. That means now it is sufficient to work on thermoelectric. We can treat the material as thermoelectric material because the excess amount of heat that is going to be wasted can be utilized into electrical thing, right? So this is the beauty of thermoelectric materials. So we can convert this heat into useful electricity. That means can have some potential, and then some amount of current will start to flow. That is nothing but regeneration of energy with the waste heat. So sometimes it has been observed, most of the in most of the factories, in most of the manufacturing units for the mobile phone, or if we talk about the quantum computing, so if we talk about the high-end computing system, so if we go for the high-end computing system, lot of bits are basically keeping inside the computing system. So in that sense, the overheat this waste of heat will be utilized to the electricity. Okay, so this is nothing but a regeneration of electricity actually. Topological insulator, we have already discussed that with time reversal symmetry, topologically protected surface states. One is the electrical conductor, and the inside you can say the electrical insulator. So these surface states continuously actually uh, connect with the bulk conduction with the valence band. Bulk conduction can be seen through the valence band itself. Okay. So topological insulator has a sufficient energy gap also in the bulk of interior, just because of interior is belonging to the electrical insulator. So sufficient energy gap is also seen there. Topological insulator can be a promising candidate for thermoelectric application that we have already discussed. Can we go for the next? Okay, there are some scientists, some people, theoreticians, they have already predicted some little bit properties of Li, Au, Li for lithium, Au for auric, that is the gold, Sc celerium, exhibits characteristic properties of topological. They have given the signature only. It may be a good candidate for the topological insulator, but very first time we are introducing the band structure theory and its thermoelectrical properties, but insufficient of experimental or theoretical data based on currently available knowledge. Thermoelectrical properties are discussed in this topological insulators to determine the value of figure of merit that is defined as ZT. So when you go for the thermoelectric effects, actually we study the Seebeck coefficient, lot of Euler's temperature, Euler's constant, and then so many quantities should be measured. And sometimes when we go for the purchase of any procurement of any devices, so basically all these guidelines of the values of these constant for the particular materials are also mentioned, and after the terms and conditions. Okay, can you go for the next? So here, what is the methodology used here? It's nothing but a full potential uh, linearized augmented plane wave approach, that is FP-LO, has been implemented in the Win2K program. Actually, this is a first principle study. In first principle study, actually very first we discuss about the density functional theory, that the function of function, you are introducing function into the function, that means the function becomes a function of something. Okay, it is like that. Suppose I am associated with Dr. Anthony. Okay, so one of the variable for Dr. Anthony, Dr. Vishal Panse, and here I'm introducing my work. So that is the function of function. Okay, now if I associate you people, so you will become also function of function. So all are basically working or acting like a variable type. So your role is something different, your role is something different, you put some values, you put some values, so all are acting like a variable. So function of function, it is like that. So in this particular LiAuSe material, Hausdorff compound, the cutoff energy, when we choose this DFT model and put some potentials, okay, so potential, so by using some potentials, we received actually cutoff energy of -6. It was used in the context of convergent self consistent field computation. It's nothing but a computational methods which were initially developed by Professor Blaha, okay, for some time, okay, some year back, and the people are maintaining that behavior and keeping some modification in that particular theory, and keep enhancing some new potentials into it to explore new type of materials. Like in Hofosler, we can say, let's say this is LiAuSe. So this is nothing but a topological insulator. That means this is nothing but of outcome of that particular. So we need to put some extra potential, and then we are getting some new things which can be a good candidate for the optoelectronics, spintronics, and some other also. Okay. So in this situation, suppose this looking like a classroom. Why? Because everybody is sitting in the same at the same distance, and the desks are basically kept at the same distances from each other. So it looks like a classroom. So basically, when you go for the material itself, you have some design also. It's a 2D level, 2 dimension level, or some 3 dimension level. We can decorate in this way in a simple cubic manner. Okay, we can decorate them in a face centered. This is your choice how to put the colors into a dies, so that the design would be a beautiful, so it looks like a very beautiful for everyone. Okay, so this is our choice, like we want to explore something. So when we want some results, so we need to set the atoms in such a way so that we can have this cut of energy. Okay, so basically we are getting this with the maximum reciprocal lattice vector. We set by hand, it is 7, and then when you go for the multiply with the 7 muffin tin radius, suppose we have a we can say a tray of it's a type of mold. You have to keep some liquid into it, and after cool temperature, at a cool temperature, you can see what is the shape of the mold. So you can see some spherical shape. Okay, so around this spherical shape, some potential basically is developed. Okay, so it is just like a same way. Suppose we have this lattice. On this way, if we pour some atoms into it, so one of the atom will sit here, and the other will sit here, and the other will sit here. So basically we can see some potential around it. So when you see some potential around it, this is nothing but a type of muffin tin radius. Okay, so for the computational methods, we use here 10,000 K points. It's a band theory. So here this is up to our wish, up to our desire. Whatever we want, we can keep increasing from 1,000 or 100 to 10,000 or 40,000. It is up to our computational method. Whenever it gives some values actually, so basically we can give it to. Okay, so can we go for the next? So using the fixed relaxation time strategies, thermoelectric behavior of the molecule has been determined through the use of Boltzmann transport theory. When we go for the thermoelectric properties, again we need to use some other type of computational work that adopts Boltzmann transport theory. So here we choose a finer grid of next K points, like 46, 46, 46. Suppose this wall is of now this entire suppose this is a cubical point. Okay, and it is a set of some 2 to 2 to 2. Okay, so basically we are arranging our Hofhäusler compound in a simple cubic manner in such a way to keep the grid as a 46, 46, 46 along x-axis, along y-axis, and along z-axis. So here we are looking after a spin orbit coupling, because when the electron rotates itself, so its intrinsic spin is countable, and then again its moment is also countable. Okay, so to access the mechanical stability of the material mechanical properties, like first of all to study, so for the mechanical stability of any particular material, we must learn about the elastic constants. In case of simple cubic, there are very restricted elastic constants, like they are named as C coefficient. Okay, it's a mathematical symbol for them, and these are some named as C11, C12, and C44 and all. Okay, so this is the computational method. When we choose a material and put it in some potential, choose some potential into it, and basically we go for the computational calculation, then we can study so far the other type of properties, like structural, electronic, optical, or thermoelectric, and so many more. And next in the next work, we have actually studied thermoelectric properties of the material by utilizing Gibbs software, which is used to estimate the Debye temperature, which is an important parameter in the lattice thermal conductivity computation. For the next. So this is the structural properties when we go for the energy versus volume. So this is it looks like a minimum, but it is a minimum cut of energy, but it's a maximum energy of 42,971 in this case, and that is rarely possible in the particular experimental value. Okay, so but this is a very good signature for the we can say thermoelectric properties, or we can say for the insulator, topological insulator. It's a good signature. So we can say the volume goes to the nearby, we can say in between the 400 or 420 atomic unit cube. So basically it found some minimum cutoff is observed at the middle of that. Almost it is a 410. Can you go for the next? Here actually mechanical properties are being studied. So we have applied the criteria of Born-Huang stability criteria. So with this criteria actually these are the actually elastic constants, the combinations of constants like C11, C12 for the simple cubic structures only. For the cubic structure, it must be greater than 0. C11 of course must be 0, greater than 0, and C44 also greater than 0, and C11 plus twice of C12 must be greater than 0. And then we can see the values, whether it is coming positive or coming negative, and how much magnetic moment of they are basically contributing and as a individual element. Okay, so magnetic moment of the compound is calculated 0 here, as it confirms like a non-magnetic behavior. So but strongly it's a candidate for the topological insulator, but with 0 magnetic properties. Can we go for the next? So here, so far we are studying the electronic properties. Now we can say this is the valence band and this is the conduction band. Both are overlapping with each other just because of topological insulator. Because the surface of topological insulator is nothing but acting like a conductor, but interior it is a insulator. So of course it makes like this cone. It's like a time reversal theory of cosmology. In space science you can say the space, when the space and time both wrap up, so make a paradox like this. Okay, so that is the degeneracy. It is the same degeneracy what the atom also follows. Okay, so here now we can see this has magnetic moment of 0, we have already done, and now the whatever the potentials approximations are used, PBE, GGA. I think Dr. What's your good name? Dr. Aarti. She is familiar with these potentials because she is trying to calculate the structural properties of a material. So better is to go for involve these approximation in your work, so that you could have a good understanding of the structural properties of any type of material. Like you may choose once or Hosler or some half Hosler compound, and then go for the perovskite and double perovskite and many more material. Okay, so can we go for the next? Electronic properties of Fermi level experience splitting into two separate states due to the occurrence of a spin orbit coupling there, just because of one electron having intrinsic spin. And when you set in the muffin tin, so in the pores of the simple cubic manner, so basically around the potential is developed, and then you can see the spin orbit coupling there. So this splitting creates the valence band with the highest energy levels, and the conduction band of course will have some little bit lower side energy levels. So If you go for the gold, s orbital would be there, has a lower energy level, and the 7th band in celerium p orbital. So band gap value obtained from the MBG potential calculation, it is 0.08 electron volt, which is very less, and experimentally it was reported 0.20 electron volt. So we are very, we can say now moving to the closeness of the experimental result. So density of states actually have been calculated for that, and in this we can see valence band and LI is actually AU, so D states dominate itself and valence band, while celerium p orbitals dominate in conduction band. Please. So this is thermoelectric properties. Another code is the Gibbs code. We utilize in our calculation while we study for the thermoelectric properties. Okay, so we can say Seebeck coefficient is there, PF power factor is there, electrical conductivity is there, and thermoelectric conductivity is there. ZT is figure of merit is there. Density of a state figure is there. So here we can see the value of actually Euler's constant is measured as 2.37, which is almost equal to the value of widely utilized thermoelectric compound PBET, that is a lead beryllium. Okay. So just because of low band gap is little bit, has good transport properties, we can say, just because of topological insulator there. Okay, so material thermoelectric performance is measured by power factor, that is PF is going approximate value 4, okay, at 1200 Kelvin temperature. So normally it's very difficult to find out there at this type of material. So material which is a 1.20 into 10 to the power, it's nothing but a power on superscript for p-type carriers. Can we go? Temperature positively correlates with the Seebeck coefficient. Seebeck coefficient is already mentioned there, and it is going actually increasing linearly up to 670 and then 160, and then it goes become a stagnant. Okay, and positive Seebeck value actually supports p-type properties. So if it is negatives, then supports n-type carriers, and thermal conductivity of the lattice actually decreases with increasing temperature. So now we can say it's by increasing temperature the thermal conductivity is going down. Okay, so at a temperature of 1200 Kelvin, highest value of figure of merit ZT is found is to be roughly at 0.37 side. This is rarely found. In our this simulation shows that this material is suitable for the high temperature situations, like in spintronics we can use even high temperature, that is a waste of heat can be regenerated as the electric current. Okay, so this is the best use of the topological this topological material itself, as well as uh, the thermoelectric material. Okay, so so the compound which is classified as this is classified as topological insulator. We have studied elastic characteristics properties, and it gives actually mechanical stability. Mechanically it's very strong. The power factor is keeping higher values, and it has found that p-type doping. So our analysis shows that it's a good candidate for the thermoelectric material, especially at the high temperature, and materials low lattices thermal conductivity and maximum value of ZT almost approaching to the one value at 1200 Kelvin actually supports it may be a good candidate of thermoelectric material and can be a part of spintronic devices. Okay, so we can suggest experimenters, they can work on if they can work on the LIAU SE. So for in the future can have a good candidate for the thermoelectric devices in Esquantronics. Okay, so one of the guy Liu has already used in experimental behavior. So, but just because of some less time or some other restrictions, it could not complete the work, experimental work. But we can suggest them, like if you found this and our results are matching, so they can carry on their experimental work. So thank you so much. This was from my side.
Give applause to our invite speaker. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe some question or some discussion from participant or keen speaker.
Wow. Thank you so much. It's a comment, first of all. You have an amazing talent to explain something so complex and make it really easy to understand, because I'm not very smart, and I actually understood that because of your metaphors and your clear explanations. So thank you. There's just one question I have. Correct me if I'm wrong. The LiAUSE is lithium, gold, and selenium.
Yeah, it is that.
Selenium.
Yeah.
This is probably a dumb question, but is it expensive? It sounds like the magic,
Maybe,
the magic compound, but is it expensive?
There is a less dropping of AU. So, and normally, if you go for the mobile manufacturing processes or anything else, actually we use normally some costlier elements also there. Okay, just to keep our devices sometimes like if we want to get rid of more heat, so we use such kind of material. But still, it cannot be only a one example of the topological insulator, similar type of. Even in the next work, we are replacing this AU also because little bit it is costlier. But it's not very, because it's a one-time use. You can make such material, but little as doping of the gold. So it's not like that.
Thank you. That was what I was wondering. Thank you so much.
Apart from this, I would like to share two more things. Actually, in India, at my institute, I'm a coordinator of virtual labs. So you know, virtual labs during Corona, the people were suffering a lot. More of the academicians suffers, students across the world suffer also. So we were not having physical labs, more not available with us. So at the time, at the moment, virtual labs actually helps a lot. Virtual labs is nothing but a type of lab. There you can perform the experiment, not online. Once you download it, okay, then you can perform so many times. It's a good learning platform for the student. Suppose you have only one experiment like this projector, how this projector works, and there is a this is a room full of 80 students, and all are interested or keen to see how it works manually. So how can you call all of 80 together, like come forward and perform this experiment? So this is not possible actually. So, but this is the beauty of virtual lab. So they have mobile, they have actually computing system, can afford the experiment, and they do basically have a feeling of this physical lab. Okay, so we demonstrated in India all the physics experiments, chemistry experiments, and biology, even mathematics also, just to learn how mathematical model works. So we keep on implementing virtual labs in that particular. Even in electrical engineering, computer science, there are many more domains that they have adopted already.
And how do people access those?
Yeah, even in your psychology subjects, you can adopt virtual labs, because this is a behavior. You can show the behavior of at least 50 to 70 people and can store it into virtual lab, and you can show the behavior graphically. It happens like the 10 same people are sitting like this, they perform like this, and their manner is this. So now, depending on their manner, you can show their features, their gestures graphically. Okay, so this is good enough to understand any experiment. Suppose someone is not having experiment here, someone is starting their research with the component with no components, but still want to work. Okay, so but the components are very costly. So what they can do, they can make their own virtual lab, and by following the dynamics, whatever the concepts like physical or non-physical concepts, so you can work out the entire system and make a virtual lab, and then you can see the behavior. Okay, like one of the biggest experiment was held in St. Geneva. That was a large hadron collider. There people found about Higgs boson. That was famous just because of Peter Higgs, one of the greatest scientists, and in our country, SN Bose. So this was actually famous as Higgs boson after the passing away of SN Bose, and the Peter Higgs mechanism he introduced. So entire community of scientists across the world, they worked on this experiment, but initially they worked on virtual lab. So they realized one of the proton beam is moving around it, and another proton beam is moving around this. When they collide together, how much energy will be released? So what will be the outcome of this energy? So actually, we cannot go for strictly for the straight any experiment just because of the output may be horrible. Just to keep away from this horrible result, so first of all, the people started working on the virtual labs. So they first made on virtual labs first, and then they developed Large Hadron Collider. It's a 14-kilometer tunnel where the proton were extracted from the atoms. You know, the atoms are just a collection of proton, neutron, electron. So I extracted proton from there. So if anybody is interested working on a virtual lab, can associate with us. Right now, we are developing virtual reality concept on physical experiments, like by following interference phenomena, like polarization, by how light can polarize, how light can diffract, how light can interfere with each other. So these basic laws now will be explained very well by using the virtual reality concept. So this is a great feature of any lab. There, the people can have a real view of the lab, like they will enter by wearing a virtual VR setup.
Yeah.
They can have a real feel of experiment. Like they enter into the observation room and put out the components and then keep them in the sequence, and then following some steps into it by following any like you are in psychology, you can you are developing some robotics.
Sorry, I'm
So you
Googling
can-
it. So it's this one, an initiative of the Ministry of Education under National Mission of Education through ICT.
It is that.
Yeah. I'll have a look.
And sometimes we work on the medical devices also. If anybody is interested in developing medical devices, that's good. Right now we are developing a defibrillator. It's a low cost defibrillator. So if someone is willing to work with us, can join with us. So this actually, thank you so much. If any question, please ask me.
That's amazing.
Okay, unfortunately, I got your the last presentation. I come late here, so sorry. But I remember with I have got magister degree from Institute of Technology Bandung. My research is about superconductor.
Superconductor.
Yes, superconductor. That's maybe you can explain the composition to Auro selenium for making the appropriate uh, topological thermoelectric band structure. Maybe you can write Li 0.6 AU.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
You get my question?
So actually, in superconductor is something else, but of course, electron is playing important role everywhere.
Yes.
That's why the phenomena get changed. Otherwise, the atom is stable. If you give some amount of energy to it, so it can fetch up, down, whatever. So overall, electron is playing an important role at high temperature as well as low temperature, so that slow moving electron make a pair of electron and then can become a superconductor, right? So here again electron are playing the important role. Okay, so in each actually we have a lithium Muffington radius of the lithium or gold or selenium or something different one. So we have to pour them like suppose some of the electron is get deposited at the corners only. If you see, this is nothing but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spaces. So you have to arrange actually electron beautifully in faces in each corner and half of the edges, so that entire material will be formed in some way, like simple cubic manner or some face centered type or some body centered type. So one of the atom is centered at the body, so it will become a body centered type. Okay, so now you keep arranging the same type of a stacking along x-axis, y-axis, and then z-axis, so would be the same. Suppose we put the lithium at the origin itself. Like origin, we can say the common point like this one. So x-axis and then y-axis and the z-axis all are perpendicular to each other. So basically, we can keep stacking the atoms at the same distances there. Then you can see the interactions will come into important role there, like how the states of lithium, how the states of gold, how the states of selenium could affect the entire material itself. Okay, so this is totally depending when you put lithium at the corner, when you put the lithium at the half of the edge, this is the edge 1, 2, 3, 4, and total 12 edges. Okay, so then we can see the pattern of their interaction. So, and then you keep different type of interactions there. So in this approximation, suppose the interaction between lithium and AU, that is a gold, is affecting a lot, so that there is a spin orbit coupling. So it will basically come into a main role. That means it can become a good candidate of some properties. So let us utilize them. So this is the part of theoretician. They usually keep informing the experimentalist. You can carry on your experiment in this way.
Thank you. Yes. Amazing.
Okay. Thank you so much, Miss Aparna Dixit. Let us give applause to her. It's great research, and maybe some participant want to join, and some collaboration research maybe want interesting in research. Maybe you can contact Miss Aparna Dixit. Okay. Thank you so much, Miss Aparna Dixit. Okay. Next, we will invite maybe just one, two, three speaker maybe. Do you mind, Mr. Abe, if you go to the three participant? Will be sitting in front of Miss Arti, Mr. Arti, Mr. Abe, and Miss Intan Islamia. Okay, maybe. Okay. Maybe the first one is Miss Arti. Okay.
Artis. Wow. Artis Bollywood. AIs. View. 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 Full screen. Full screen. Oh, just click. Just click.
Just one.
Okay, thank you. Time is yours.
Uh, I'm Aarti Hadap. I'm assistant professor in NMIMS deemed to be University, Mumbai, Maharashtra, India. Actually, my research interest is there in three fields. One, I'm working on micro generating devices. Second thing, I'm working on materials that are specifically used for solar cells, energy storage devices, and all that. And my third research interest is there in teaching pedagogies, because as we are faculties, so always we need to use or develop new pedagogies, and we need to update ourselves with new pedagogies so that students can understand the things properly. And from the conventional techniques, we need to go for some other techniques which students will be finding interesting. So always we work on to that. So for today's presentation, I chose the topic that is AI effect, artificial intelligence effect on physics education, a comparative analysis of educators and learners' perspective. We all are sitting here and we belongs to same industry the education is, right? Being a student, we are having certain expectations, and being a educator, we are having certain expectations and the role. So to do a comparative study, I wrote down this article. Before writing down this article, I worked on an article in that I developed a teaching plan using AI. And after that, I distributed my teaching plan among the teachers who belongs to higher education, then school education, then PG teachers, and all that. I given my that teaching plan, and with that, I collected the comments from the students as well as from the educators, and what are the expectations, how they found that teaching plan using AI. So all that study, I tried to put it over here. So I'll start with that study. This go on to the third slide, please. The next one. Just look at over here. AI is diversified in all the fields nowadays. Okay, education industry also will get affected with that. Nowadays, the buzz is AI is going to replace the human. So in education industry also, if you're talking for the students, if you're teaching them something, immediately they'll say, ma'am, this is available on the chat GPT, or it is available on this AI platform. Then what extra we should give to the students? That is really a question mark for we as an educator. And we need to convince the students that really with AI, nothing is possible. Your educators are needed. So for that, just go on to the next slide, please. Just look at over here how students use AI in education. Okay, if I'm a student, I want to learn something. In the colleges, it is very much essential that they need to fulfill certain percentage of attendance. They said I can sit at home because in Corona time they sat at home and they completely got the confidence that while sitting at home we can study. And why to go to college? So after Corona, really for the student, being an educator, being an institutes, it is very much required that we should call students, we should convince students to come to the college. Only this AI or only this, what I can say, the online platform is not enough to get the knowledge. So for that, those students are using all that AI tools for their education, but we need to channelize that tools for them so that they can learn the things in an appropriate way. We should explain them the limitations of that AI tools which they are using. Then only they will be motivated to come to the college. Next slide, please. Just look at over here how they are using the one of the AI tool for their education purpose. See over here, the student is typing the question. In fraction of second, the student is getting the answer. Just in 15 seconds. But in a class, if I want to do it, I'll be writing down the question on the blackboard, I'll be solving it, and after that, student is understanding. Here you see, just he typed the question, within 15 seconds, he got the answer. So as per the student, is this not the replacement of a teacher? This must be. Just go on to the next slide, please. Again, just see over here. Being an educator, we need to make the PPTs for our presentations. That is a time-consuming thing. But here with AI tool, we are finding in a fraction of seconds, we are getting our PPTs generated. And very interactive PPTs we are getting out of AI tools. There are many tools freely available, paid available tools are there. With that, we can generate our PPTs. Next slide, please. Then I'll be coming on to what are the limitations. Right now, I'm just showing what AI can do. Next slide. Just look at over here. Whenever student is doing something, a role of teacher is to check its correctness, to check its plagiarism. If my students submitted some project to me, when this AI was not there, I need to read the full report first. Then I go through with the Google. Then I'm finding where are the plagiarisms are. And with that, so it is a time-consuming process even for an educator. So with that, educator will be taking time to give a proper feedback to the student. And students are always in hurry. They are expecting that I should get the feedback fast. So if I'm channelizing this AI content properly, I'll be able to give the feedback to my students fast. So that way, plagiarism report can be generated on AI tool in a fraction of a minute. Isn't it? Next slide, please. Academic research and transcriptions. Even research articles also can be generated on AI tools. Now, where are the limitations? Next slide, please. First, we need to understand that what is expected from a teacher by the student and what teacher is supposed to do. We are stakeholders of this education industry, right? So for the teacher, it is very much required that whatever content he or she is delivering, he or she must check the accuracy of it. That is one thing. Second thing, whatever is required from the educator is he should be able to give the feedback to the students fast. That is expected from the students. Third thing which is expected from the teacher nowadays is in the colleges, apart from our teaching, we need to do research. We need to do our administrative work. So for that, we need time. So if we keep on working on the conventional ways, then definitely we cannot update our regular things like we need to do administrative work in college. So for that, we won't be getting enough time. Otherwise, if we'll be spending time on that, then we cannot do proper justice with our educational stuff. So somehow we also need to get updated with the new technology, and we should be able to fulfill the requirements of our students. The requirement of student is what? They should be getting the feedback fast. They want a classroom where they are properly engaged. If I'm keep on speaking, I'm keep on giving the lecture, writing down on the board, nowadays students don't like that technology, that conventional ways. They want something different. They want something where they are engaged in the class. They want their involvement. If I am saying that don't use mobile in the class, definitely they will not be happy because they are used to of it. So how we can channelize them to use the mobile even in the class? So that way, by considering all these perspectives, here, as I said, so this is overall a flow chart about a teacher and the student relationship. Please go on to the next slide. So for writing down this article, here first I'll be explaining what methodology I had used. After that, how I had collected the data from the educators and students, which kind of questions I had generated, and with that questions, how I make out on the conclusion that what are the expectations of the students and what are the expectations of a educator. So that comparative study I'll be giving over here. So my methodology is by using the 7 C's. First C is to conceptualize, to create, to customize, to connect. I think I forgot one C over there. First is conceptualize, second is create, customize, connect, check, cultivate, and consider. By using that 7 C's, I developed my teaching plan by using the AI tool. Right? So what I had done, whatever course had been allocated to me, first I saw the outcomes of it. Accordingly, I conceptualized that what I need to deliver to my students. Again, for that I used AI. With that very fast feedback I got from ChatGPT that this way you can conceptualize your outcomes. After that, create. So based on that, I created my content. Some content which I know already. Based on that, already I'm having certain PPTs and all. Some new updated work on that topic also I collected from Google and ChatGPT and other AI tools. Then I created the content, customized the content. Customization means what? What are the requirement of my students? Accordingly, I customize that. Like if I need to teach 2 classes, in one class the student IQ is very good, their exceptional level is, their acceptance is very good, then I need to deliver my lecture in some other way. But in another class, if my students are not that much good, then my delivery must be different. So depending upon my class, I need to customize my content. After that, connect. It is very much required for educator that they should connect themselves with the student. So for that, the engagement is required. Check. Yes, it is a very essential thing. Whatever content I am delivering, I need to check the quality of it, accuracy of it. So like if I'm referring certain number of books, then from all that books, I may get the different datas. Then I need to check the accuracy of it. Just reading from the book, it definitely be a time consuming job. So rather I'll spend that time, I'll be getting that check with the AI, then cultivate and consider. Acceptance, cultivating that or nurturing my content, so that way I made my teaching plan. After making my teaching plan, I gave my teaching plan, the flow of my teaching plan, not my content, but the flow of my teaching plan I had given to HSC teachers, undergraduate teachers, and PG teachers. And I told them that you make your teaching plan based on these 7 C's. And as per that teaching plan, you deliver that content to your students. How frequently they are doing? I said, first you do it only for 1 unit. And then we'll see how the feedbacks are later on. If you want, you can use. If you don't want, your students are not liking, then you don't use. Second thing, what we had done, the implementation is, second thing which we had done is the evaluation. In general, the conventional way of evaluation is, we just take the test, evaluate the copies, and then we need to give the feedback. In my class, there are 60 students. So if I'm asking them to write down the answers for my questions, time consuming job. So after 3-4 days, I'll be able to give the feedback to the students. And nowadays, students are not having that much patience. So for that one way of doing the evaluation, what I did, I created a Google form. Okay, on that Google form, based on my topic, I put that Google form. I showed that Google form in the class to the students and asked them to use their mobiles and click the answers. 5 minutes I had given for 5 questions. They gave me the results. Then I showed their responses through that Google form immediately on the board to them. So immediately they got where they are lacking in the knowledge. What should be the correct answer? That also they came to know as output of that Google form. So that is one of the way of evaluating the students, that how much they are understanding. Just giving them marks is not called the evaluation. Evaluation is we are evaluating ourselves also, that what we deliver to the students, whether they understood or not. So this way we are getting the immediate feedback that whether they understood it or not. Some other softwares also I use, Turnitin, just to check the plagiarism. If they submitted certain project to me, I need to see the plagiarism of it. That is one of the very important feedback which I'm supposed to give to the students, that whether that their work is original or not. So by using the Turnitin, immediately I'm taking files from them, putting them on the Turnitin, and I'm giving them feedbacks. So authenticity of their projects immediately evaluated, and they'll get the feedback. Accordingly, they will improve their work. Then this Gridscope, Lebuster, these are some other softwares which I used for evaluating the students. Then feedback-based evaluation results. So whatever results I got, if my results are very negative, it means my delivery is not up to mark. Then one thing, I need to improve my delivery, or I should ask to the students that where they are lacking. So if I'm getting the immediate feedback, then my students will understand me as well as I am understanding my students, that where is the lack in my education in terms of teaching, in terms of acceptance by the students. Then after all this, I collected the data. Students and teachers all gave me feedback based on this overall teaching pedagogy, and with that I analyzed what is to be done. Next slide, please. These survey questions I gave to the educators. First question which I gave, how much AI tool do you use as of now in your physics teaching? Why I taken physics as a case study? Because I am a physics teacher. So that's why this I taken as a case study. In general, for the students, physics is considered to be a very dry subject. Always I put efforts to make it interesting. So this time, I mean, since from last year, I started using AI in my physics teaching. And the same teaching plan I had given to the other faculties. So first question I asked to the educators, how much AI tools do you use as of now in your physics teaching? Second question, how much has the utilization of AI tool impacted the engagement of students in physics class? So probably with that, how they made the class interesting. How challenging did you find AI tool when using them in physics education? See, we are also always keep on learning. So for us also it is a challenge to learn or update ourselves with the new technology. When I did my PhD in 2006, at that time no AI tool was available. And since from them I'm in teaching. So if with the same way I'll keep on teaching, then definitely if I'm not moving away from my conventional ways, then I could not able to convince the students. So it is very much required that we need to update ourselves. Now for updating, yes, that is a challenge for us, because we should be acceptable. Resources are available for me, because everywhere again the resources are not available. I should get trained for that also. Then the next question is, how much aspects of physics do you believe AI can effectively deal with? So this is definitely for all the subjects. Next slide, please. Next question, do you think educational qualification affects the perspective teachers on AI tools in physics? How frequently you use AI-driven pedagogy in your teaching learning process? Thrice in a week, 4 times in a week, every day, or once in a week? How frequently we are using it? How much do you think the attitude of students will change towards physics after using AI? Just now I said, for physics students, or definitely it's a very dry subject, visualization and all that. If I'm giving that visualization in what I can say in a representative way or with a simulation, then definitely probably students will enjoy that thing. So how much do you think attitude of student change? So for that also I had collected the data. Then how AI integration while making your teaching plan reduce your time engagement. Just now I said being a teacher nowadays we need to spend time on administrative work to do the research. Research is something one should do with the passion. But nowadays research is asked from our management to do as a job, not for as a passion. So for that we need time. So from where we will spare the time for it? Are you finding more time for your administrative work and engaging yourself on more focused jobs? So focused jobs is our teaching, isn't it? Next slide, please. Now the survey questions for the learners. How supportive do you observe AI tool for your physics learning? Second question for the survey was, how engaging are the AI tools to understand the complex concept of physics? So because of that, how their visualization got improved. Then how successful are the AI tools to recognize your learning and understanding gaps in physics concepts? Next, how do AI tool help you stay enthusiastically participate actively in physics lectures? So they should not feel bored in the physics lectures. Next slide, please. How would you evaluate accessibility features and effectiveness of AI tool over traditional doubt sessions? In general, our doubt sessions are students are sitting and they are asking me the doubts and I'm solving their doubts. But this doubt session I had taken in a different way. I had taken in an online mode. Because for that, no classroom is required. I need not work for searching the classrooms and all that. So that way I had taken the doubt sessions. Then how frequently do you feel that AI-driven pedagogy need to be practiced in your classroom? Sometimes do you feel that AI-assisted teaching is obstacle for learning? Because this is something different from the conventional way. Next slide, please. So this qualitative data I collected, whatever list of questions I had given as a survey, that I made as a data for my analysis. How I divided the data for my analysis, 3 basic criteria I made: satisfaction, frequency of use. Here I had given that questions to around 200 teachers and 500 students. So 200 teachers belongs to HSC level, graduation level, post-graduation level and all that. Students also belongs to that 3 categories. With that, I collected the data and how many percentage of, teacher 1, that group is from high school, teacher 2, the group is from undergraduate, teacher 3 is from graduate. Similarly, I had done it for students also. And this kind of data I had collected. Next slide, please. This is the graphical representation of the data. If you'll go through that, satisfaction 1 to 5, frequency 1 to 5, frequency of use 1 to 5. So the 3 colors showing, are showing for undergraduate, high school, graduate, and all students. I'll show what conclusions I got from this. On this data, I had applied the regression model. Okay, my regression model says that satisfaction level. First result I got from my regression model is the satisfaction level. Teachers report slightly higher satisfaction. By using the AI tool, teachers gave a slightly higher satisfaction, means out of 5, 4.22%, 4.22 points I got from the teachers as the satisfaction level. Compared to the students give 4.08 with a statistically significant difference between a t-test, that is a regression method. Then frequency of interaction. Students engage more frequently with educational system of resources. Why? Because whatever students are coming to me in college, so they had gone through with the corona period, and there they are very comfortable at their home and there they were studying. So probably because of that, they had given more marks to the frequency of interaction. They want to reduce the frequency of interaction because they need not travel to the college, they need not spend time onto that. So because of that, they are feeling while sitting at home, I should get the content to be delivered. And teacher says 3.22 with a significant difference, where again that regression I had done with the t-test. Frequency of use per week. Teachers use AI educational resources more frequently. Again, as just now I said, to spare some time for our administrative work, teachers might be doing this with more frequency rather than the students. Descriptive and descriptive inferential statistics. Descriptive statistics show general trends and perceptions, while the inferential statistics assess the significance of difference between the groups. Last is the comparison of the group. Statistical analysis highlights distinct experience and behaviors between teacher and student in educational setting. So here you are seeing the difference between what students are expecting and what teachers are doing with their way. Next slide, please. So as a conclusion, what I can say is AI provide opportunities for personalized learning for both educators and learners. Increased engagement, yes, the educator can engage with the student and student can engage themselves for learning. So both the ways, engagement in terms of time will improve when we are using the AI. Challenges include technology access, ethical consideration, and potential job displacement. So yes, we need to overcome from these challenges, because anyways we need to update with the new upcomings. A balanced approach combining AI strengths with human teaching element is crucial for maximum benefit. Next slide, please. Equitable technology access, ethical concern resolution. Ethical concern resolution means, just now I talked for plagiarism. And robust professional development for teachers are essential. Ongoing research and dialogue among educators, policymakers, and tech developers are vital for navigating AI complex impact on education, especially in physics. So overall, if I need to next slide, please. So overall, I need to conclude with all this exercise that both for educators as well as for the students, AI is required. We need to update whatever challenges we are facing. We need to overcome to that challenges and we need to accept it. This is all about. Thank you for patiently listening. Open for the questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ati. Exit me.
Yeah.
Maybe next, the Honorable Mr. Abe.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
In this moment, I will present about the preliminary research, my research, my team, and this research is funding by Ministry of Education and Research and Technology Indonesia, fundamental research, and still ongoing. Okay, the title of my presentation is Design Thinking Strategy for STEM Interspace. We know that many obstacles faced in STEM integrated science learning. One of obstacle in Indonesia is too narrow a focus of study in STEM education. As a integrated curriculum, we have to face with the big problem in our daily life. For example, maybe climate change, disaster education, disaster, and our research is focused to how to give students challenging in how to make collaborative work in class, to create something in renewable energy concept. Okay. Next. Okay. We try to use socio-constructivist learning theory for integrated the design thinking to STEM learning. Okay. Next, this is my framework in teaching and learning how to bring design thinking in classroom. We know that design thinking is one of strategy in business before use in education. Yeah. This is there are 5 phases in design thinking. Empathize, define, create, prototype, and test. And in our research, using project-based learning model and design thinking as a strategic of learning, we contrast the learning activities. You can look here in the diagram, marked with yellow is activities in science, blue is activities and technology, and green is activities engineering, and pink in activities in mathematics, like this. So in classroom, I divided class, 2 class. The first class is experiment group and the second class is control group. The sample is 30, and we have before the treatment with pre-test all classroom, and this is my experiment group using project-based learning, STEM approach and design thinking strategy, and the control group use commonly used to teacher in Indonesia, direct interaction, scientific approach, and in the end of the learning, I measure the student creative problem solving skills. Next, this is a student learning makerspace. What is makerspace? Makerspace is collaborative learning. How students use activity in mind-on and hand-on activities in classroom. Maybe we can look here in stage of STEM PGBL, project-based learning. The first one is doing orientation. Teacher gives some facts of phenomena about renewable energy. Student can watching in YouTube, internet about renewable energy topics, especially in discreasing of fossil fuel energy, and how student pace with the alternative energy in the next living world. Ya, jadi design thinking prosesnya ini empathize students aware with this condition of renewable energy topic. And what is the makerspace in the classroom? Student identifying problem related to the renewable energy. And this is activity students related to design thinking process. Okay, next. This is the result of students in design phase, like this. This is 3 product students. Yeah. The first one is solar power wind turbine product, and using a solar cell, photovoltaic cell. And the second is solar power bank use solar cell, and the third is solar power car product. This is prototype. This is a puzzle design, students design, and this is a testing phase. Uh, uh, until now, my team is still ongoing administrated the assessment for problem solving skills to students. So not yet get the student performance in problem solving skills. But sorry, maybe I I said to my team to send me the last result of analysis. Sorry, the analysis using okay here. We have using ANCOVA. The covariate is used pretest that same need due to class, and we get the Vartial eta square 0.644. It's I think it just sent for it from my team. I think it's very good. The design thinking is makes students more creative, more think creatively, and I think this is the the next will the scientists, I think here is my presentation on this. But sorry, it is the preliminary research in our research grant from Education, Research, and Technology Ministry of Indonesia. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ade. Next, maybe last but not least, Miss Intan Islamia. Time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I will be the last presenter here, so be patient with me. So my research is about the influence of psychological factors and information technology in pro-environmental behavior. Actually, I came from Department of Psychology at UIN Raden Intan Lampung. And this is an initial state actually for the research, because currently I do have any interest in the field of psychology for environment. So this is the systematic review that we do for around 20 articles. Okay, next please. So the background is because when we talk about environment and anything happens or the damage to the environment, we also will talk about the human behind, because the environmental damage actually caused by human behavior. So I think that the behind the green or the green movement or even the green communities are based on the human behavior. So our Earth that we are living now, experiencing such various environmental problems, and this also have an impact to our condition and as a human. And because of that, the background before that, I do understand that the behavior of human also have an impact to the environment, so it is important to have something to do with the behavior. And I know the term is pro environmental behavior, so it's basically the behavior that we are doing, is it really beneficial for our environment. And I try to understand this pro-environmental behavior from two perspectives, from psychology, because that's my background, and also another one is from information technology, because we are in the digital era. So I guess that everyone, and especially Indonesia also, as a developing country, we are more into the information and technology. And then this research wants to synthesize the existing literatures related to the PEB and the information technology from psychological factors. Okay, so what is PEB? The one that I presented before is a form of pro-social behavior. So in psychology, we learn about the pro-social behavior. It's basically the behavior that are beneficial for human or for your environment. And because PEB also can be interpreted as an action taken by individuals to preserve the environment, such as household waste management. And then in terms of our daily life, we can use the like electric car or using the public transportation. That's the part of our pro-environmental behavior. And next one. So our method are using Prisma, preferred systematic report item for the systematic literature review and meta-analysis. So we analyze from Scopus database with the keyword pro-environmental behaviors, and then we found around 1,599 research about this. And then we start to screening because the topic is about psychology. So I tick the box of psychology and the computer science because we want to know the information technology. And then after that, we remove another research who are not relevant, and we are going through the screening and eligibilities. So there are 302 research articles that being analyzed before we exclude the titles. We identify the titles and the abstracts also. And then finally, for this research, we include 20 articles for our analysis. And the next one. So the first finding is about because we analyzed for a decade, 10 years, so it's from 2013 to 2023, and we found that the trend of PEB research is quite fluctuative, especially before 2020, or even there is no research. We found that around that year, but after 2020, I think that's the time when COVID also happened in Earth. So after that years, actually the research about PEB started to become more and more again. So from this image, we can see that after 2020 and 50% of our research, I mean, in this review is doing after 2020. The next one will be the methods. So after we analyze the method for the 20 articles, actually 50% are quantitative, and around 10% is mixed method between experimental and quantitative, and we have 35% are doing experimental and no qualitative research. Actually, that's one of the interesting facts that we analyze, why there are no qualitative research regarding the PEB. And the next one will be, so here is the table for the factors identified from our 20 research. So this is the factors identified from psychological factors. And from the informational technology factors, we have social norm, and then this one is from the digital image, nature, video presented. We also have self-concordance, digital games, or we know as gamifications. We have pride here and metaphors. We also found the higher education and ICT, and also the virtual reality impact on the behavior. And the next one will be, oh, sorry, sorry. Can you move? Oh, yeah, the previous one. Okay. Another one is also the think about the unavailability of the research right now. It's also one of the factors that impact on the PAB. We also have perceived behavioral control and attention, immersive journalism, and green communities. We also have online workshop-based intervention on PEB, knowledge, attitudes, values in promoting zero waste, personality and divergent thinking, media coverage, and eco-anxiety. We also have the paper that mentioned about environmental concern and empathy. So after we found the factors identified from the research, we try to kind of classify the research into two types of factors, from external factors and internal factors. So basically, internal factors are related to the behavior or from the internal side of the human. And for the external factors is from the environment who are affecting the behavior that done by the human. So for the first one, for the internal factors, we have self-concordance here, and the relationship are positive. The higher self-concordance of behavior, the higher also the intention to do the green behavior or doing the pro-environmental behavior. And also the pride here related to the green intention, and then the level of education also. This research found out that the higher level of your education, the more you are engaged in the behavior that also think about the environment. And also we have the awe-inspiring experience, and actually this one is related to the information technology also, because the awe-inspiring experiences here are presented in virtual reality, and which is it is more visible for the people to understand what will happen if they are doing this to our earth, and so they kind of can imagine what happened, and it will impact on their PEB. The next one will be perceived behavioral control and intention, and knowledge, attitude, values, and this is actually developed through the education also. And some research also found that these things, I mean the knowledge, attitude, and values also based on the education at home or at the parents' education. And the personality and divergent thinking. This research is explained about the theory of Big Five personality, and they found that openness, agreeableness, and extroversion are related to pro-environmental behavior. Also the eco-anxiety. This is a term that the American Psychological Association defined as a feeling of disorders from the mild until the heavy, especially if the environmental changes are affecting the way of life or the culture. So the term eco-anxiety are also related. Some research found that these are directly linked to the PEB, but in the research that we analyzed, the eco-anxiety just moderating the effects from the understanding to the behavior. But in some research again, I try to understand there is a positive link. I mean, the higher your eco-anxiety, the more you will do something better for your environment. And the next one will be environmental concern and empathy. Yeah, empathy is not only for human to human, but also human to the environment. And for the external factors, it's relates to the social norms, especially if the norms are, you can For example, if you are doing some behavior and your environment are seeing it, the people, the locally affected people will get the things from the behavior that will be the higher, the PEB will be produced by the human. And also the nature connection, this is also related to how people interacting with nature every day in everyday life. And the last one will be the resource availability. That's also explained why if people are kind of understanding what will happen with the earth if we are still doing the non-pro environmental behavior, they will likely to reduce their consumption. I mean, also the waste management will be better. Okay, and the next one will be the information technology factors. This is I want so interesting because, as I said before, that information technologies we cannot separate it from our life as a human, as in our behavior. That's why the information technology factors here are also related to the psychological factors, as I said before, as a social media, how the influencer like Telegram, TikTok, or something like that, they are kind of promoting pro-environmental behavior, and our young generation will likely to follow them. And the second one will be the nature video with immersive text. And yeah, another interesting research is about digital games. And this is really interesting because gamification in some research became one of the way and one of the effective way to encourage the young generation rather than usual campaign, or I will say like conservative campaign. And also the metaverse, maybe this is not really apa ya, common in some parts, but for the research that I analyzed, the metaverse also have some impact for the PEB. I mean, if they have the avatars there and they try to understand the environment there, it also can change the behavior. The virtual reality intervention, virtual nature, and virtual agent interactivity also increase the pro-environmental behavior. We also have the green communities. This is basically because in psychology we learned that if you are having the support from your environment, that will have a great impact for you, especially in your behavior. And that's also the case for the pro-environmental behavior. And the last one will be media coverage. This also plays a big role in promoting pro-environmental behavior because for the media, they can have more and greater impact, especially using the social media. Okay, so here's the conclusion, and I need to remind that this is the initial paper actually, and I really want to explore more about the pro-environmental behavior. So this is the classification that we made: psychological factors and the information technology factors. And also further research may be needed to understand the influence factor for each stage of human development. That will be very interesting. I mean, if we have tried to influence the young generation or the adult one, maybe we'll take a different approach. And in addition, a qualitative approach may also be used to enhance a better understanding of pro-environmental behaviors. Thank you for the opportunity. That's my research.
Thank you very much to presenter has present their research and okay.
Pas jam 6.
Okay, okay. Maybe some participant want to ask or make a suggestion or make a feedback to our great presenter, three of them. Okay.
May I know your name? May I know your name?
Yeah, Rahul.
Please introduce.
Hello, good evening. This is Rahul. Is it working? Hello. First of all, congratulations. Flawless presentation with super flow of your English, of course. That was one thing I observed in your presentation. How about this PEV thing related to clearing of hills and mountains especially the snow-capped mountains. This will be a classic example where you can give us a little idea because it is related to, I think, somewhat global warming also and glaciers melting. And so, what is your take? I just want to know. Have you worked on this thing? Have you thought of working on this thing?
Apa itu sih? Oh, apa sih Pak? Itu pertanyaannya tadi tinggal di mana? Maksudnya tadi beliau nanya itu. Kurang kedengaran.
I beg your pardon. Repeat the.
My question is, have you worked on Huh?
For who?
For her?
For Miss Intan.
So my question is, have you thought on PEP for the snow-capped mountains across the world? How you can work more on this? Have you thought on like not writing thesis, but working in reality? How can you mobilize people and link people to this PEV thing? Have you thought anything on this to convert it into reality, not only for the thesis? Yes.
Yeah, actually, I do have a thought about doing this in the real life, you mean, right? Not only for my thesis, right? And it's basically because I also have some community in it. It was in a family, a society, so we try to have the family doing more. I would say like green behavior in terms of their family first, and then we started move to the society because I think if we just directly we go to the society, that will be a very hard way to go. So it's better to try to influence the family first and then go for the next step is in the bigger area or region. I think that's
Okay.
okay. That's okay. Thank you.
Okay, another question maybe? Some suggestion or some feedback, Miss Welly, Miss Yani, Miss, please.
Yes,
Okay.
sorry. Sorry, it's been a long afternoon. I had to have a break. I had we'll do it in reverse. Intan, thank you. Great, great. I love your systematic review. Apart from my question of where are you going to have you published it?
Oh,
No, you must
Okay.
publish it. I think it would be very well received because it's a new area. My mind sort of ran a few places while you were talking. One of them was why did you look at only articles from 2013? Why not no date?
Yeah. Because actually this is also the first time I learned about systematic review. So I kind of measure myself and based on the scopus also, I think 10 years is quite a good time to learn to understand the pattern actually. Yeah.
You could try that argument when you get asked it by a reviewer, but if you could try to find perhaps another systematic review that also only looked at the last 2 decades, otherwise don't be put off. There's probably not many papers before then, so don't be put off if a reviewer says to you, could you go back and do the search from no date up to 2013? You're probably not going to find very much more, but if a reviewer wants you to do that, do the extra because it's a good piece of work. Then my mind went to what you were saying about parenting. I have a student at home who's doing looking at behaviour change. It's actually about using excessive screen time, so it's a different thing. But she's gone down the whole road of involving a parent. Like there's a lot of literature around a parent school partnership in an intervention. And I can see this because I can see what you're saying about the family having a big part in it, but there'd be a lot of future research I'm guessing you could do around a parent school partnership in terms of designing some type of intervention for pro-environmental behaviour. So sorry, not really a question there, just an interest.
Thank you.
Makerspace is a really interesting area, actually. We have a fairly new colleague at the university, and I'd never heard of Makerspace until he came from the US. Rob Rouse, his name is. And yeah, so he talks a lot about Makerspace. I think it's a fabulous way to engage kids in design and everything. A really basic question. I'm a quant person, but you mentioned when you looked on your phone about the, the effect size, and I'm not surprised, but I'm guessing a qualitative evaluation of that would probably show that the kids loved it as well. Are you doing that, a qualitative evaluation of them using the project-based learning and the design thinking? Are you asking the kids at the end not just how good's your design thinking, but also did you like that?
Yeah.
Did I phrase that well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, the students is very engaged in classroom. Yes, and the first uh, the first stage of design thinking is amethyst. I give some stimulus with sign pack and phenomena and daily problem with energy, and student look like she's very excited.
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm thinking, do you capture that at the end? Do you ask them questions about how they found that work?
Yes.
So that you could write that up as like a mixed method study with some qualitative feedback from the students.
Yes, this is a preliminary research in quantitative research, and I will follow with qualitative research.
Qualitative,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
I'm a quant person too, but my mind went straight to I'm sure the kids were engaged and loving that. So you could easily report that too.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank
Yeah.
you. It's great. It's great. And Artie, I should really have a question for you. It was just really interesting work that you're doing. I guess, again, just being pedantic, but as soon as I see questionnaires that the researcher designs themselves, I always think, can you justify the reliability of that measure? So that's you're nodding because from the psych background, we're always trained to like justify whether your tool, your questionnaire with both the teachers and the students captured the answers reliably. That's all. You're looking at me like, what do you mean? I don't know. But no, I thought it was really, really interesting work that you're doing. Thank you. Anybody else?
Okay.
Actually, you were talking about the design thinking model.
Yes.
So in India, there is a regular practice of Smart India Hackathon. It's a software-based and hardware-based. Not only engineering students, even the students who are in the 8th class, their junior sections, they also keep involve themselves in the Smart India Hackathon. So there are two different things, junior way and the senior way. So why don't you organize such competitions like Smart Indonesia Hackathon for your kids, so that you can have good models, like just to enhance your country can solve the problems of your country, right? So actually, it is just like you can keep some orientation programs for them. Okay, and it is just like a problem, project-based learning. First, you can keep sessions, and then you can give some domains or some trust areas to your kids. Like you have to work on this, like the social problems or some community problems or some renewable energy system or non-renewable. So you can develop the devices. So I think it would be better for 24 hours or some 36 hours or 48 hours, like 2 days or 3 days. So initially we started this hackathon program with the 3 days, almost 72 hours. So you can also keep the same thing for you and give some time to the students, like 4 to 5 months or 2 to 3 months, just so that they can develop some device, and then you can give mentors to them so that you can have a good device and can give a solution of your problems.
Okay, thank you.
Wow.
Yes.
Some kind of suggestion. Thank you very much for three presenter and give applause for them. And also give applause for us in this room. Afternoon until evening. Okay. Let's we close this parallel session with saying Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. I, as a moderator, maybe some mistake or some not correct in language, maybe I apologize. And glad to see you all. And I think maybe I hope we have gather again in some maybe in the next in the same international conference in the next years. Thank you all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening. Maybe we can take a picture first. It's like a basic needs. Take a picture.
Long time I wait this moment.